Hello, 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 folks. How we doing today? I hope y'all are having a great weekend so far. It is a beautiful day where I live. Hey, all too swift. Good to see ya. Hey, Copper Lily. By the way, I have no idea why that little like empty alert box is showing up on the screen right now. I don't know if you can see that, but it's like up in the right hand corner. I have no idea why that's there, so sorry. Hey, folks. Y'all are early birdies today. Got folks popping in on time. We're going to get started here in just a few seconds. I hope everybody's having a great day so far. Hey, Bria, welcome to the stream. Hi, hi. Good to have you here. Alrighty. Hi, everybody. How we doing? It's everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Yeah, I only show that screen at the beginning of the stream anyway. Doesn't matter if the alerts are broken. I did change the alerts on this screen though, so we'll see how this goes. Hey, Engineer Moore, good to see you. How's everybody doing today? It's been a long time since I've used the big chat window, big camera window. I'm not used to seeing my face this big. Hey, Scotty, good to see you. Alrighty, so hey, OpenSea. Tired, but glad the heat is finally starting to let up. Yes, same for me here in my area. It was actually a beautiful day today. I spent the first part of the day outside. Ooh, Dev Puddle.
Just redeemed suggest a poll. Hi, Mayan.
Thank you for the redemption. Did you mean to redeem that, Dev Puddle? Thank you for the hello. Did you mean to spend your channel points on that? Oh, Scotty, thank you so much for the subscribe. My subscribe alerts still don't work. I apologize for that. I even went in before the stream today and like tried to mess with them to get them to work, but for some reason, new subscriber alerts never show up. So a very special thank you to you, Scotty. I appreciate it. Hey, Booty Butt. Welcome to the stream. That's a great name. My goodness.
Scani Codes gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, Scotty. Wow. Thank you. That's amazing. If you just got a gifted sub from Scotty, please thank them in chat. That's incredibly generous of them to do. And now, if you are a new sub, you have access to custom emotes on my channel. So feel free to check those out. I think they're pretty cute, but I'm a little biased. So, oh, give me 1 second. I got to turn off the two things. I got to turn on closed captions and I got to turn off the project alerts that are going to keep popping up in chat because we're not doing a project today. Today is an Ask Me Anything stream. Um, so first I'm going to turn on captions and turn off project alerts. Then I'll do the poll and then we'll start the Ask Me Anything. Okay? Give me 1 second. I'm behind the 8 ball today. All right. Captions should be available now. If you want or need those, you can hover your mouse over the right side of your viewing window and click on the closed caption button to turn those on or off. I'm glad you all like the hype emote. That's my favorite too. And the party wolf. Yeah, it's a good one. Oh, thank you, Bria. I'm glad the captions are helpful. I hope you're able to turn those on successfully. I always watch things with closed captions. I'm personally not hard of hearing, but I find that I process the audio better when I have captions. So I try to make those available for everyone. Oh, thank you, Fafin. It's good to see you as well. Thank you for the follow, Ditez.
Dite Kotlipoka just followed.
All right, so second thing, I'm going to turn off project alerts. That only takes a moment. I don't want those popping up in chat and confusing people. So 2 seconds. All right. Project alert should be off. Good to go. And now a poll. Okay, so a poll was requested by Dev Puddle. So Dev Puddle, you said my choice. You don't have a poll suggestion. I'll give you another. If you want to suggest one, you certainly can. Details says, "Can I ask why Mayan?" So Mayan Wolf is a name that I came up with when I was 12. It has nothing to do. I'm not of Mayan heritage. I do not claim to be. I that name was a name that I came up with when I was 12 in a text wolf RP forum online. Back when text forums were huge, and then have threads with hundreds of posts and all that sort of thing. Yeah, it was back when I was 12 and super cringy, so that name has kind of stuck with me ever since. Am I of wolf heritage? Then when I was 12 and 13, I really wished I was. Yeah. If I go back to my parents' place, my childhood bedroom still has wolf stuff everywhere. No worries, Details. It's good to have you here. It's a power logo if I ever saw one. It's the best logo that no money can buy from a free logo generator on the internet. Um, oh yeah, the same here, Bria. Uh, don't need them, yes, but I do. Yeah, I use, like I say, I use closed captions for everything. Absolutely agree. the the "This is fine" Wolf on Fire emote is best emote. Yeah, I love that one. There's several so Twitch has a limit on how many emotes you can put in. There were more than the that I purchased, but I didn't make those myself. I purchased them from a very talented artist. But there were more in the pack, and I wish I could have used them all because they were all great. But Beffin says, "Do you have a Three Wolf Moon sweatshirt?" I do not. Uh, at one point, as a joke, my mom bought a T-shirt with the Three Wolf Moon on it. Hey, Madeline, good to see you. So I'm trying to think of a poll idea while we're talking here. Made it hard for me, Dev Puddle. Got to think of a poll ID. Um, no worries, Madeline. I'm happy I got the chance to raid you. It's not often that I feel like it's not often that we intersect as far as time ranges when we're both streaming. So go follow Madeline if you aren't already. They are a super cool person and a super fun streamer. They are, and they're also super creative. They're a really talented artist. So give them a follow. They make really cool art, especially if you like cats. Okay. I'm still thinking about that poll, by the way. I haven't come up with a good idea yet. Don't. I'm not gonna forget about it. Still thinking. We'll do the poll. But Alwyn really just put a great question in chat. Hello. What is your option on? I assume that means current. Option on current software engineer career chances for beginners. Is it still available path, or the amount of knowledge required has increased too much? So I think the first thing that I'll say there is that amount of knowledge required. So tech is always changing, right? There's always new tools. There's always new things that are happening in the field. And so the barrier that like the entry point is always changing, right? And so I feel like there's never a bad time to get into it, because even experienced people in the tech industry are still learning. Like, they're still beginners. They never stop learning. So for example, on my team right now, I'm a developer, and on my team right now, I have coworkers on my team who started out as COBOL programmers. Oh, Chell, thank you for the follow.
Chell19 just followed.
So they started out working with COBOL on mainframes. And I don't know what year, and I'm not gonna, out them for age or anything, but they were working with COBOL code on mainframes, and so throughout their career, they've had to consistently reinvent themselves and basically start over, learning new languages several times over, and now they're SQL developers along with me. And so I don't think the amount of knowledge required is ever going to be too much for someone to get into the field, because the industry is always changing so much that even people who are already developers are just going to have to relearn stuff all the time. And I think the great thing about it now is that there's a bunch of tools that can help you learn these skills. So in the old days, you would used to have to pick up a book or take a college class to actually pick up the fundamentals of programming. And now you can get most of that information online, right? There's Codecademy, there's 100 devs, and there's all these free courses and YouTube videos and wonderful content creators out there who are putting their skills out for beginners for free, including myself. I want to help people get into tech too. So I feel like new folks have more resources than they ever had in order to get into the industry now. I do think that things like ChatGPT and AI and those sorts of things, those types of tools, are perhaps changing the role for beginners, but that doesn't mean that you can't get in. I will say that it may be a little tougher right now. The job market is a little tougher right now, but the thing that most people seem to forget is that the job market is cyclical, and by that I mean it's constant. It's like a roller coaster. It goes like this, right? Companies stop hiring, and then they realize they have a bunch of vacant positions, and the whole job market goes up, and everybody's hiring, and then they realize they hired too many people, and then it goes back down, and so it's always going to be a roller coaster. Yeah, of course. And Dev Puddle says the Odin project as well. Um, hey, Ellie, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Scotty says the year was 1715. COBOL had been going strong for around 300 years by that point. And there are systems today that still use COBOL. But I wouldn't suggest, yeah, I thought about learning COBOL. I was like, that sounds kind of cool. I mean, banks use it. Like, maybe I could make a bunch of money being a COBOL programmer because I already know SQL. It's another older language. But from what I've read, it's not worth it. So, Alwyn, I hope that helped answer your question. Um, I feel like if this is something you enjoy, then use all those online resources that are available to you. Get your skills up to snuff, and then the most important thing is to network and have a good resume and have a good online presence. That's going to make you stand out to potential employers more than anything else. Madeline says, I'm going to be using SQL for my personal project coming up here. Kind of nervous, but I know who to hit up if I get stuck. Absolutely. And another thing I'll say for SQL too is ChatGPT is really good at writing and troubleshooting SQL. What I would suggest doing is try writing some SQL queries. And if they're not working, if you're getting errors, because SQL is a strict language, it has certain requirements, and it will throw errors if you don't meet those requirements in your code. If you're having trouble with a query, just drop it into ChatGPT and say, "Tell me what's wrong with this," and GPT will immediately diagnose the problem and tell you the answer. So GPT is really good at troubleshooting SQL, as I use it for my day job. If I have a complex query that's not working, I don't waste my time going through it looking for a missing semicolon. I just drop it into GPT, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, there's the problem." Hey, Chris, how's it going? You're tuning in on a drive. Okay, well, drive safe. I hope you're not watching video. I hope you're doing audio only. Hey, Fuel. Hey, Cubo. Welcome to the stream. Hola. Ellie says, how can I catch up to the projects? Um, are you talking about 100 devs? Which projects are you talking about, Ellie? I'm happy to help answer your question. I just want to make sure I answer it correctly. 100 devs. Yes. So, does anybody have the website for that course materials website, that Together website? I don't have the URL off the top of my head, but that for me, that's been a fantastic resource created by the community that a lot of folks in the Catch Up crew use. Community taught. Yes, that's it. That's correct. Thank you so much, Madeline. So Ellie, go to the link that Madeline posted in chat there. That has not only the lectures, but all the course materials for each lecture. So if you are trying to catch up, which a lot of folks are, in going through the cohort, that has links to everything that you need. It's a fantastic resource created by the 100 Devs community themselves to help folks in the Catch Up group. So also, if anybody's lurking from the Catch Up group, please use that resource. There's the question. I knew it was coming. Uh, Biljahan Arisi, sorry, I butchered that, I know, but welcome to the stream. News about third cohort. I was actually going to put a big banner at the top of my window, and I forgot, that says, I do not know when the third cohort is going to start. Um, I figure that most folks have that question. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you at the moment. But that's part of the reason I wanted to do this Ask Me Anything today, because I feel like my streams, which I'm having a great time, we're doing things like React, doing things like SQL, that kind of thing. But my streams have kind of gotten away from the basics of 100 devs. And I wanted to kind of do an AMA today to um, help folks that are in the catch up crew, give them some kind of a live resource to talk to and ask questions to about maybe more basic stuff. No worries, Ellie. I'm glad that was helpful for you. Pedram says 100 devs or the Odin project. What's better? So the cool thing about 100 devs is that I think it's very accessible, and there's a live community of other beginners that are going to help you with it. I feel like 100 Devs is very hands-on, very practical, and there's tons of resources that are community created. Like my past streams are all covering all of the 100 Devs homework. So if you go to my YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube, I've covered every single 100 Devs homework assignment since like the start of. So if you get to the point where you start JavaScript in 100 Devs, I covered every single assignment since then to the end of the class. So, if you need a little bit of that extra help, a little bit of that extra community, check out my YouTube channel for the homework coverage. Check out the 100 Devs Discord, exclamation point 100 Devs, for the Discord. I can't really speak to the Odin project that much, but I feel like maybe that has a slightly higher barrier to entry, I guess, but I could be wrong. Hey, Dremoto, good to see you. Tenra says, what role are you currently in? What was your hiring process? Yeah, so I am currently a senior, my job title is Senior Business Intelligence Developer. Now, that doesn't tell you a lot about what I actually do, but I work for a major United States university. And not as like a teacher. I'm not a student. I'm not a teacher. I work in the administrative side, and I am a senior SQL developer. So I help maintain the data systems that underlie pretty much all of the university operations. So, underneath every single company that you've ever interacted with, there is a massive amount of data flowing in, data flowing out, data being used for analytics, all that sort of thing. And I work on the team that helps maintain some of the biggest data sources and build the data pipelines that connect those sources together and generate data that's used for analytics. So I build the data that becomes the graphs and charts and reports that the business leaders use to make decisions. So that data has to be efficient, has to be accurate, it has to be timely. And I do that through writing SQL and through building data pipelines. And then the hiring process was, well, I'd been a data analyst working for this university for 3 prior years, so it was an internal hire. I decided to move departments and finally become a developer because I'd been an analyst for three years at the university prior, and then for several more years prior to that at other companies. And I decided I really, really like building stuff with code, and so particularly SQL. And so I applied for the job. I didn't think I was going to get it. So I kind of went into the process with like a YOLO mindset, like, who the heck cares if I don't get this job? And that worked out really well because I was relaxed. I really just practiced. I didn't really practice for any technical aspects. I just practiced interview questions, like behavioral questions. So things like, biggest strengths, biggest weaknesses, what projects have you worked on, how do you work with other people, what challenges have you faced. I practiced those in front of a mirror, and that served me really well because there was only one in like 4 or 5 rounds of interviews. There was only one technical question in the entire process, and it was an easy one. So the rest of it was all behavioral, and I got the job. Hat Knight says, since you work with SQL primarily, are you involved in a DE role? Are you talking data engineering? I just want to make sure I understand what DE is standing for. Are you talking data engineering? Hey, Eric, welcome to the stream. I'm catching up on chat. Sorry. I will. Folks are posting more things below. I will get to them eventually. I'm just trying to make sure I read every message. Eric says tips on Angular resources. I'm at the hunt stage. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Eric. Good to see you. I'm at the hunt stage in Catch Up Crew and have a couple recruiters hitting me up on Angular jobs. I personally am not familiar with Angular. I know what it is, but I haven't used it. So anybody in chat, feel free to share your favorite resources on Angular. I would look at see if Code Academy maybe has some resources, but feel free to share your favorite Angular resources in chat. Oh, thanks, Dreamoto. I'm glad that was helpful for you. Oh, I'm glad that's helpful for you, Bill Jen. Yeah, that's why I'm doing this because I want to make 100 devs feel alive and give folks someone to interact with and give everybody a chance to talk to each other in a Twitch chat forum. More of a real time type interaction versus. I mean, Discord is great, but give folks just this Twitch interaction. KT Lynch says, in your previous Code Wars videos, do you show how to push the code to GitHub? I'm a little confused about the terminal and Git. Yeah, so Leon on Leon's YouTube has several great tutorials on using Git if you're interested in that. I have also done it on my channel too. XS, thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. I've also done it on my channel too. Pretty much for every single project that I do on my channel, I push it to GitHub. And so if you look back at some of my older stuff, I probably go a bit more slowly and we talk through it a bit more. So maybe looking at some of my older projects, you can see the process. In most of my newer stuff, I just assume people know how to do it, so I don't talk about it. I just do it. But in my older videos, we talk through the process more. Also, Leon has several Git tutorials on his YouTube channel. Hello, it's Rufio, my fellow stream team member. I'll give them a shout out. There we go. Hello, it's Rufio. Also has a pretty good Git tutorial on. I shouldn't say pretty good, but a good Git tutorial on their channel as well. So you've got several different options there for resources. Welcome, Dev. Good to have you here on the stream. I cannot understand how powerful chess game engines are built like Stockfish, how the game analyzers are created. I don't know exactly like what coding languages are used, but I know a lot of those, really powerful analysis engines are powered by, multiple like we're talking like old style mainframe, supercomputers to do those types of analyses. There's a particularly famous chess engine called Deep Blue, which is a really interesting. If you're curious about like the history of computers learning to play chess, I would suggest looking up Deep Blue. Also, trying to remember what's that one that the computer that by Google that learned how to play Go, the that really difficult Chinese game. Is it DeepMind? Yeah, I think DeepMind. Looking up documentaries on those are really fascinating. I'm sorry I couldn't exactly answer your question there, Def. But again, if anybody else in chat knows about Stockfish and how it works underneath the hood, feel free to share. This is a back and forth type conversation. Hey Rex Riker, good to see you. Oh, Code with Corey. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. So Corey is sharing information about Angular for the person who asked. Eric, yes. Oh, thank you, Defcode. I appreciate the follow. Eric J. Bible asked about Angular resources, and just a little bit farther down, Code with Corey has shared their experience with Angular, and they have got some good tutorials for you there. So I hope that helps you. And anybody else who's interested with Angular, check out those tutorials that Corey posted. Thank you again, Corey. That's fantastic. First app. Oh yeah. So the official docs first app. Cedro, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it.
Cedro1216 just subscribed.
Okay, that sub alert worked. I don't know why. It's so frustrates me that sometimes sub alerts work and sometimes they don't. But Zedro, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The best part about that is that it didn't cost Zedro anything. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, make sure you are using your Prime sub because it's free for you. Um, and it doesn't. You don't have to use it on me. I'm not telling you to use it on me. Use it on your favorite streamer, whoever you like. Just make sure you're using that free one every month. Engineer says find the Microsoft sponsored stream. It's great for learning Git. Yes, that's a good point. The if you want to learn how to use Git and use it in the terminal, Leon has done several Microsoft sponsored streams about Git, and that's great. Thank you for reminding me of that. Ellie says, 100 devs, are you teaching Python as well? No. So 100 devs teaches the MERN stack, which is MongoDB for the backend, Express Node for the Express and Node for like the server API stuff, and then supposed technically React, but 100 devs doesn't really cover React. It mostly just covers like JavaScript, HTML, and CSS for the front end. However, if you want to learn React, I've done a 7-part React crash course on my channel, on my YouTube channel. So if you want to check that out and learn React from the ground up, I've got that on my channel as well. We literally go through the docs and go through all the examples and talk about them. But as far as you see, I lost your message. Python, yeah. As far as Python, no, 100 devs doesn't cover that, and I'll tell you why. Not that Python isn't a great language to know; it absolutely is. So many folks in analytics and data science, that's Python is bread and butter. Engineering as well. But what Leon is going for with 100 devs specifically is web development, because that's his specialty, which that's great. And what is the most hireable stack? So what is the most popular stack, the stack that the most employers are looking for? And that's the MERN stack, at least right now. Maybe the next time 100 devs comes around, it'll be different. But it's not to say that any other language is bad. It's just to say, all right, what is extremely hireable in the web dev space? All right, I'm catching up with chat still. Yes, Deep Blue is the chess thing that beat Kasparov. Yep, and then there was another piece of software more recently that beat the champion of Go, which is a Chinese game, which is more has way more statistical probabilities than chess and is more difficult to program. So that's why it was only beaten recently. AlphaGo, that's it. Thank you, Rex. Foster Dama said, "Can I shamelessly welcome to the stream, by the way? Can I shamelessly send my resume for a review? It's not 100% done, but I'm getting there. I mean, sure, if you want, you can share it with me on Discord. I am not an expert. Let me say that right. I'm not a hiring manager. I'm not a recruiter. I am just a developer. So I can give you an unbiased just my thoughts on it, but you shouldn't take those as gospel. You shouldn't take those as an educated opinion, just my opinion. Okay, so I'm just putting that out there. Also, Vostra, I mean, you could also share it with the 100 devs Discord. A lot of folks there would be happy to give you their feedback on what they think about it as well, but it's whatever you're comfortable with. Deep Blue later became Watson that did Jeopardy. Oh, that's rad. AlphaGo is the Go model. Yes. Booty Bunny. That name's going to make me laugh every time. In 100 devs, is there any sort of benefit to submitting all the homework when there's not a cohort currently going through it? I'm like 34 classes in, and I've been wondering if I should backtrack. So, the benefit to the homework, you should do the homework. I'm going to say that right away. Don't skip it. If you're just watching the lectures and you're not doing the homework, you are doing yourself a disservice. And that's because you're not going to understand this stuff until you actually apply it. Now, whether you submit the homework, you can submit the homework, all of it, and in order to get a certificate at the end, and a letter of recommendation from Leon if that's something that you want or need. But the main benefit is to you. So I'm the type of person that, like, I can watch a lecture and then I can tell myself, yeah, I understood that. I don't need to do the questions, or I don't need to do the quiz or whatever. I totally got that. And then if I came back to it 2 days later, I would just be completely, I wouldn't understand it at all, even though I'm feeling super confident in the moment. So the way you learn this stuff and put it into your brain is by actually applying it. I don't know if you did the Learning How to Learn course, which is at the very start. Um, if you didn't, don't skip it, because it actually teaches you how to learn things, which is going to get you the most benefit out of this course. You might say, "Well, that's not about programming at all. Why would I do that? I want to learn how to write code and build apps. This learning how to learn stuff seems boring." No, it's actually going to help you. I mean, I still use those concepts all the time that I learned in Learning How to Learn, just in my daily life. So, extremely valuable. I would suggest doing the homework for your own benefit, but obviously I can't tell you what to do. So, it's up to you in the end. Kidit says, what resources would you recommend to learn about maximizing a website's performance, especially one that loads very slowly, like improving a Lighthouse score? Um, Maximizing a website's performance. I'm sure there's a lot of resources online. I'm not sure what would be the best one to use. Um, I think Lighthouse actually gives you suggestions on things to fine tune. But feel free, folks in chat, feel free to put your favorite suggestions on ways to improve website performance in chat. Defcode says, is it necessary to learn Java if I'm learning C sharp? I wouldn't say so. I would say that, you can pretty much start learning anything at any point, really. So, for example, I just started learning VB.net because I have to for work. We have some internal apps that use VB.net. I've never used it before in my life. But I just jumped in and started learning it, and I just built my first app last week in VB.net. So I don't know. I always balk a little bit at like prerequisites for learning languages, because I don't know. I feel like that just stops people from learning them. Dev Puddle says, what are your thoughts on the just use a template, we're not designers idea? I love it. I am not a designer. I am a back-end developer. I suck at designing things. I cannot, people make beautiful things, and I am always in awe of them. There are some amazing artists out there. My brain doesn't work that way. I can't visualize those things. And so I always use a template, and it's never a bad thing to do, in my opinion. As long as you are, if you use somebody else's work, as long as you credit them, give them the appropriate credit, give them the credit they asked for. If somebody is charging for something, you should pay for it. If they've made it free and fair use, then you should credit them for their work. But other than that, I mean, just be honest about it. And are people going to care that you use the template? Probably not. Hat Knight says, what resource would you recommend to practice SQL problems? Also, what general resource would you recommend to get a better understanding of database management systems using SQL? Goal being enough know-how to be prepared for an interview. Yeah, SQL problems. So there's several different places that you can practice SQL or learn SQL. I'm assuming that maybe you know some SQL already. So Code Wars has a lot of SQL problems that are just out there, and at whatever level you want. So whether you're just practicing the basics, you can do some 8Qs, or if you are already pretty good and you want to test your problem solving skills, I would recommend Code Wars. I would recommend Code Wars with also then using like a secondary place like a Scratchpad to kind of build your queries. So, for example, on my channel here, a couple weeks ago, we did 2 streams where we did SQL Code Wars, and I built a Supabase database on the side, and I built all the tables, and we ran everything in those tables first to see how they look, and then we put them into Code Wars to test our solutions. And that was really fun because it helps you visualize what your queries are doing, play around with different things to see, like, is this going to work? How is it going to affect the data? And then you put it into Code Wars and you see if it's right. But I think Code Wars is a good place for that, especially for interview style questions. I think that's good for that. You can also do, so if you're learning SQL, you can use SQL Bolt, which is, kind of a step-by-step tutorial through SQL. Also, W3 Schools has a SQL sandbox where they have a database that they have just set up for you already, so you don't have to set anything up. It's got all the tables. And if you want to just practice SQL queries and see what you get, W3 Schools has a SQL sandbox that you can use. Bedroom says, do you recommend changing my OS to Linux to start the 100 Devs course? No, do not. Stick with whatever you're using. You'll be fine. Don't change your entire operating system just to do 100 devs. You won't need it. I did it on Windows. Leon works with Mac. There are folks out there who work with Linux and are comfortable with it, but you do not need to change your operating system. Please don't. Fafin says, speaking of web dev buzz, any thoughts or on WebAssembly and HTMX? I've heard of it. I don't know as far as like adoption or how popular it's going to be. Again, any thoughts from chat on that are welcome. I will say I've heard of it, but I don't feel like I can speak to it at this point. Rocky Rock says, man, 100 devs, I keep hearing about this place. Seems like a cult. So I would say that it's a good community. The thing about 100 devs is that it's truly free. So there's no, like, a lot of these courses where they lure you in with all these promises of classes and things. And then they're like, oh, actually, wait, we're going to need your email address and your credit card number because we're going to charge you like $100 in 2 weeks, or more, or several thousand. And that absolutely makes me furious. I really, really, I will say I really, really hate that. When places lure you in with a sense of community and they show you all these cool things and then they charge you money. And 100 Devs does not do that. It is truly free. And it still has even though there's no live classes right now, it still has a really dedicated community on Discord. So don't take my word for it. Don't take anybody's word for it. Feel free to check it out yourself. You can type !Leon in chat. And folks here in chat, a lot of them are in it as well. They can share their experiences as well, and their thoughts about the course and how and what they got out of it. A lot of folks got jobs out of it. I think the most unique thing about 100 Devs is that it not only teaches you how to build apps, which, okay, that's fine, but it also teaches you how to get a job. So how to actually market yourself as a web developer, which is a place that a lot of boot camps just don't. They teach you how to make some apps like a calculator and a chessboard, and then they, all right, bye, you get a certificate, and then then you're like, okay, but how do I actually get hired? And so 100 Devs actually finishes that journey with you. Rex Harker says, you're not my real mom. Watching lectures and not doing homeworks. I see you. The reason I said that before was because that's how I am. I know myself, and that's partially why I started streaming. I don't know if y'all know this, but I started streaming partially to keep myself accountable because I knew that I would not do the homework if I didn't have some kind of an incentive to do it, or like something that was forcing me to do it. And streaming the homeworks, the finished homeworks, helping people with the homework is what made me do it. Lunch with Me says, what are your plans for future streams? What topics do you plan on covering and learning together? Or since a new cohort is starting soon, are you going to go back to supplementing your streams with Leon's, or both? Probably both. I really enjoy doing streams on React, doing streams on SQL, doing streams on other tools that are super useful. But I know that that's not going to help the catch-up crew who are just starting out. Doing things on, like, with React, with Next.js, that kind of thing. That's way too advanced. So I'll probably go back to 2 streams a week like I used to do. When I was during the 100 Devs cohort, I did 2 streams a week. One of them during the week and the other one on the weekend, which is this one. So I'll probably go back to 2 streams a week. One of them is a 100 dev stream, the other one being a more advanced stream for funsies, for advanced topics like React and Next and all that sort of thing. Rocky Rock says, what languages do you learn from the classes in 100 devs? Um, like I said before, it's the MERN stack, so primarily JavaScript, and also learning how to use databases like MongoDB, and then Node and Express, which are just ways to facilitate building a server with JavaScript. So primarily JavaScript, also HTML and CSS. Shape Star, welcome to the stream. Yes, this is a sriracha shirt. I love sriracha. It is the best condiment that has ever been made. And so it recently came back in stock in my area. It's been out of stock for like months now. And I recently went to the store and it was back on the shelf. And so I am celebrating by wearing my sriracha shirt. So yes. VBNet hype. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just learning how to build Windows apps in Visual Studio has been fun. Never used it before, so it's a very different language than JavaScript, but I'm getting the hang of it. And like I said, I built an app that my team is actually going to start using at work, so I'm pretty stoked about that. Oh, Valstradamus shared CodeStitch has some amazing resources for freelance, including how to improve website performance. Okay, so if you want to improve your website, check out CodeStitch for website performance improvements. Thank you for that, Vostra. I appreciate that. Rex Parker said, yeah, I'm also looking for a tool to hold myself accountable. Still haven't found a good one. Yeah, it's different for everybody, right? Just in my personal opinion, the only way I can actually force myself to get things done is if somebody else is relying on me to get them done. So whether that's maybe like a teacher who's relying on me to turn it in so they can give me a grade, or oh, Grizzle Badman, thank you so much for the follow.
Badman just followed.
Thank you. So maybe it's a teacher who wants to give me a grade, then I'll hold myself accountable and I'll do the work. Maybe it's like this, like a stream audience that's waiting on me. Oh, stretch. Okay, we got a stretch redemption.
Badman just redeemed stretch.
Thank you so much for that. There we go. Oh, yeah, my neck popped. That was good. Maybe it's a stream audience, that's waiting on me to do a stream where we walk through the homework and I explain what's happening behind the scenes, and how explain the logic of what's happening in each answer. It really just it's different for everybody, but for me, it's finding somebody to rely on me to get things done, and then I will do the things. Part of it is self-awareness too. I know that I can't rely on myself to do those things. Or at work, I get things done at work because I know my boss or my coworkers are relying on me to get them done. So I get things done at work, but relying on me to get them done is just not going to happen for me. I have ADHD, and so for me, that I know that I'm not capable of just relying on internal motivation. It doesn't work. So maybe it's a Discord group that you rely on. Maybe folks in Discord you set up a weekly meeting where you go through the assignments together, and you have to get things done for that weekly meeting. So it just depends. You got to find maybe an outside source of accountability. Booty says, do you have any tips for networking? Not so much talking to fellow tech nerds, but more actually finding my fellow nerds. Meetup seems so strange in my area. So finding folks, yeah, can sometimes be a challenge. You might find a local, if you have something that you enjoy, you might find local clubs for that thing. And then meet other nerdy people there, as you say. Also, making connections online is a perfectly valid way to meet people. Maybe it's Twitter. Like you can go to, I'm going to call it Twitter, by the way. I'm not calling it X. You can go to Twitter and you can look for developers, look for developer groups. Hit up the 100 Devs Discord and see, hey, what are some groups on Twitter that you follow that, have tech professionals in them. Yeah, Meetup can be a little strange sometimes. But yeah, I would say that Twitter is still a great resource for connecting with others. Trying to think of some other places. LinkedIn is okay. Maybe not so much for like actually talking to people, but finding who those people are. So LinkedIn can show you, people who you may know, maybe in your area who are tech professionals, and then you can find their Twitter presence and actually talk to them there. Dan says Mustard wants to fight you. Shave Star says my favorite is Cholula. Yeah, Cholula hot sauce is really great. That's my yeah behind sriracha. I think that's my favorite hot sauce. Okay, you sent your CV. That's awesome. Thank you, Vastra. Oakley says you look good. Very formal today. Ah, yes, my finest T-shirt. Yes, indeed. Rocky Rock says I've been playing a lot with MySQL, Python, JavaScript, React, and Node and CSS. Although if it wasn't for ChatGPT, I won't be able to complete an application. So in a way, do I know the language? I would say you should challenge yourself to, using ChatGPT to help you learn is absolutely fine. I use it all the time. I use it to help me build my VB.net app. But I think you should also challenge your own memory and your own knowledge pathways in your brain, and see if you can say, all right, I built this once using ChatGPT. Now, can I build it again using just what I remember? And then, go back to ChatGPT or Google for help if you need it. But you could think about it as almost like an interview situation. Would I be able to talk about these languages in an interview if somebody asked me? Hey, D5, good to see you. Jersey says, hi, I'm learning Jetpack Compose Android development with Kotlin without a CS degree. Do you think I will be able to land a job? Yes. If you market yourself well, you will. And I say that because I don't have a CS degree. And a lot of people don't. Out of all my coworkers, I think only one has a CS degree. The rest of them come from all different kinds of backgrounds. I come from statistics, even though I hated it. It was not a good experience. I have my manager is sociology major. Um, One of my super experienced coworkers was like a journalism major. Um, I have another coworker who's not on my team, but they don't even have a college degree at all. They started doing analytics and development work right out of high school, worked their way up, and now they're a super senior staff member. So yeah, I mean, the CS degree really, it can definitely give you advantages. It can definitely help you as you rise up and maybe get you there faster. But as long as you can demonstrate your skills and market yourself well, then a CS degree is absolutely not and never should be a requirement. Defcode says for an advanced SQL course, check out Udemy. Yes, absolutely. The only thing about Udemy is that you have to pay for them. So just know that, Udemy courses and, Coursera and that sort of thing, they do cost money. So whenever possible, I try to recommend free resources. But yes, Udemy, Coursera, those type of things are definitely valid options if you want to pay money. Oh, Grizzle says, sorry, I didn't hear anything ad popped up. That's okay, Grizzle. Stupid ads. All right. So I'm happy to say it again. A CS degree is absolutely not a requirement, straight up. I don't have one. Um, Only one of my coworkers out of a team of, I think we're up to 7 people now. Only one of my coworkers actually has a CS degree. Everybody else comes from all different backgrounds. One of my manager was a sociology major. One of my coworkers was a journalism major. Yeah, just coming from everywhere. Folks seem to kind of just gravitate to tech from all different backgrounds. It doesn't matter where you came from or what you did. Now, a CS degree can help you get your foot in the door, maybe get you some internships, teach you some of that theory, data structures and algorithms, that kind of thing. But it's definitely not a requirement, and you should never see it as a requirement to get into the field. It's more about, do you have the skills and can you market and network yourself well? So I hope there was no more ads, and I hope you heard it that time. Rex says I can't miss it when you do a stat stream. I can tell you this right now, I will not be doing a stream on pure statistics because I did not enjoy my major. Now, I think folks who are work with advanced statistics. I can't even hardly say it. Folks who work with advanced statistics every day are incredibly skilled and intelligent people, but it was not fun for me. And I'm much happier now doing what I'm doing. I like learning how to make computers do the math for me rather than doing math myself. So whether that's with analytics tools, I was a data analyst for a very long time. I was a data analyst since, well, straight out of college. I got a degree in analytics. And so, but it was less about, knowing how to, to do all those things in my head or on paper. It was more about what are the tools that I need to do these things for me. And so that's the part that I enjoy. And then that kind of led me into being a developer. I like building those tools so that to do the things so that I don't have to. Bria says, I like ChatGPT for helping me with case studies and planning out projects and such. It's definitely a good assistant, but not a good coder. Yeah, and that depends too. So I will say I am paying for GPT-4, so I do the GPT Plus subscription, and that makes it a much better coder, in my opinion. It's helped me quite a bit with SQL. It helped me learn VB.net. And so yeah, it just depends, right? It may not be great for. I can't speak to the free version of GPT and how good it is at coding at the moment. So yeah, I will say straight up front, I'm paying for GPT Plus because it does return value for money for me. But that's a personal decision. I'm not going to tell you to go out there and get it. And Fuel Snobble has a great anecdote here. A CS degree is just one of many metrics an employer might look for, but I don't think. Oh, Voidy, thank you for the follow.
Voidish567 just followed.
And we got a hydrate here too. Um, CS degree is a metric employer might look for. Thank you for the hydrate.
Voidish567 just redeemed hydrate.
But I don't think a CS degree should be a gateway metric. We recently hired a young guy that came directly from working in a warehouse. Absolutely, and I love that. It's more about can you learn? Do you have the skills, or can you learn the skills? And if it's an entry level position, it might just be yeah. Can you? Yeah, I can see you have potential. You don't know exactly, you don't have all the skills that we need, but you have enough of them, and you can show that you can learn and grow and work well with others, especially for entry level roles. A lot of the challenge for employers is making sure that you can work well with others and that you handle challenges and failure well. So keep that in mind. At the entry level, a lot of it is behavioral. Do you show willingness to learn? Can you pick up things quickly? Can you work well with others? Can you handle failure? Can you handle criticism? Constructive criticism. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, as Phil Snobble said, he had other metrics that compensated for a lack of CS degree. Absolutely. That's fantastic. Busma has a great suggestion. Ask your local library if they give free access to LinkedIn Learning. That's a great suggestion. I love that. So, a lot of people don't know that most libraries in the United States have way more than books. They will have, if you have a library card, they can give you subscriptions to things, free subscriptions to things. They can give you access to tools, software, that kind of thing.
Ella called just
LA, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they can give you access to all these things that you would have to pay for otherwise. So I love that suggestion. Check out your local library, see what else they offer. Many of them offer way more than books. Grizzle says, any free course recommendations for data structures and algorithms? How should I approach this part of programming? I'm not very good at maths. Yeah, so what was the course that we did in 100 devs for DSNA, for data structures and algorithms? What was the course? If anybody has the link to that, that would be great. Because I believe that was free, was it not? And that was good. I enjoyed that course because I don't know data structures and algorithms. There's a book that I would recommend as well, and it's well, I will say it's more back end focused, but I enjoyed it quite a bit about how you can build data intensive backends for your project. So if you're interested in the backend, I would recommend. I'll look up the book and I'll put it in chat. 1 second. Um, Okay, I found the book. Looks like you can read it for free for 10 days on the O'Reilly Learning platform. So you can get a 10-day free trial and read it for free if you want to. So I found that book really helpful in teaching me about different types of data structures that you can build. Rocky Rock, thank you for the follow.
Rocky_Rock just followed.
I enjoy it, but as a backend developer, I enjoyed it. But if you don't like the backend, it's probably not for you. The coach, thank you for the follow.
The coach 00 just followed.
Fuel Snubble says another metric I've seen employers look at is the GitHub activity metric. But I had another guy for an interview that had been gaining that by just modifying a file every day. So not a very good metric. Yeah, I don't like the GitHub metric. I really don't, because if you're using GitHub like at your employer, then probably it's going to be private, right? They're not going to let you post the stuff you're actually working on to a public GitHub, so it's not going to show up. And having personal projects on your GitHub is great, but I feel like that shouldn't be a requirement, right? You should be able to demonstrate your skills in other ways rather than just green squares on a board. So if you can fill out your GitHub, I think that's helpful and it gives employers another thing to look at. But I will say, I personally don't like the fact that employers view that as a viable way of screening applicants. Now, you should probably do it if you can. Just because, again, just because I don't like it doesn't mean employers are going to stop looking at it. Then there's the leak code metric. Yeah, I don't like that either. I personally don't like it all. Absolutely, yeah. Um, I feel like being able to solve a leak code in 30 minutes that's not how real developers actually work. A lot of development work is very collaborative. You're working with others. You are working within a much longer time frame, so you have time to Google things. You have time to ask ChatGPT. You have time to try something and fail, and then go back and refactor your code and try it again. Real development work isn't like leak code. Fuel Snubble says, Mine Wolf, have you tried the Copilot like tool called Aider? Many smart coworkers of mine swear it's this thing. I don't currently use any types of Copilot or aid tools. Not saying they're a bad thing. I just prefer to write my own stuff or copy and paste it from our repo. I don't, but that's not to say I never will. Yeah, I haven't tried it myself. Love how I see application requirements for entry level, but need 10 years of experience. Yeah, yeah, it's BS. Years of experience is complete BS. It means nothing. And I can say that from personal experience. I got a senior level dev role, having never been a dev before. So like that's just BS. Absolutely. Felipe, thank you so much for the follow.
Just followed.
Hey, Terra Knight, good to see you. Fuel Snubble says the other candidate we hired was a former music teacher for 15 years. I love that. That's what makes tech such a great field, is that folks are coming in from all different backgrounds, and so they can give their experience, right? They have such unique and varied experience that they can make it. I don't know. I feel like it's a much more robust field because of that. Because you got folks coming in who have been music teachers, who've been, journalists, who've been working in a kitchen. I mean, and they bring so much more than somebody who just, than a whole team of people who all followed the same path. Rocky Rock says, "Look at NASA. My friend got a job there. He sent an application on a dare and got the job." Right, right, yeah, yeah. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? Michael Scott. Don't filter out yourself. Yeah, absolutely. Even if the role says 10 years of experience, what do you got to lose? They might like your resume. They might see something there that they're like, wow, this person seems really cool. I want to talk to them. So yeah, years of experience is BS. Rex Rocker says Free Code Camp has a course in data structures and algorithms in JavaScript. I don't know how good it is though. Yeah, Free Code Camp in general is a great resource. Again, it's free, so check out what they have there. Yeah, I mean, I think they're an awesome resource too. Rocky Rock says I tend to like backend. Awesome, backend buddies. Yeah, Terra Knight, let me see if that's the course.
Shalom just followed.
Shalom, thank you for the follow. I'm opening it here in my other window. Uh, yeah, so that's one of Leon's videos. Gosh, I wish I could remember what it was. It was actually, so if you go to the community taught website, I'll scroll back up and find that. So the community taught website is where all the 100 devs course materials are stored, or the links to them. And actually, we did cover that, this course that I'm talking about, we covered it on my stream as well. I'm scrolling back up to find that URL. Okay, I got it. So if you look at the data structures and algorithms course there, so go to the lesson that Leon, the lesson that Leon taught there, and it should be the link to the course is hopefully in the course materials on that website. To the actual data structures and algorithms course, which was on an external site. ID++, welcome, good to have you here. Fuel Snowball says, I think the important thing often forgotten by these metrics, so talking about the metrics that employers use to screen applicants, is that the presence can be positive, but the lack of them is not negative. Absolutely. I love that you said that. So the thing that employers can sometimes forget is that just the fact that this person, just because this person maybe doesn't have a public GitHub, doesn't mean that they aren't a good developer, right? The lack of them is not a negative. The presence of them can help the employer evaluate the person's skills, but coding my future. Thank you for the follow. But the fact is that if they don't have them, then the employer should still assess that person and see if they have the skills. I mean, it shouldn't stop the employer from looking at that person as a valid candidate. Absolutely. Alipe, I forget. I think I thanked you for following, but I'll thank you again. I don't remember if I did. Thank you for the follow. Lucian says you got a senior role out of the gate. I did, and so that's why you should never take yourself out of the game. I'm not saying that you should always just go for senior roles exclusively. I did not think I was going to get this role, the role that I have now. Absolutely did not think one of my coworkers, so it was an internal hire, which probably helped somewhat in that the person who hired me had interacted with me before a little bit, not a lot, but a little. And one of my coworkers was like, you should apply for that role. And I'm like, no, like, what are you talking about? At the time, I was a data analyst. Like I say, working with data, doing a lot of work with Excel and not doing any coding at all. I already did know SQL. So I had worked with SQL in a prior role, prior to the analytics role. But I hadn't done any SQL for 3 years at that point. And so my coworker was like, you should apply. I'm like, no, are you crazy? And then I remember thinking about it and I thought, you know what? Like, what's the worst that could happen, right? Like, so I apply and they don't even consider me, right? Like, okay, fine. Then it's no loss to me. It's no skin off my nose. I knew I wasn't going to get it, right? And so I applied. But I think maybe the most valuable thing that I did was then I reached out to the person who was doing the hiring, and I connected with him then prior to like him reviewing my resume. So it was essentially like he saw me as an internal hire, and there was this curiosity. He was like, "Okay, why are you applying for this role? Like, what do you like? Why do you want this?" Right? And so we got the chance to kind of network and connect a little bit, and I was able to share my passion for. I want to be a developer. You know, this is what I want to do. This is what I like. This is what I'm good at. And I think that helped a lot because basically at the end of our conversation, he said, okay, I'm going to, when I see your resume come through, I'm going to take it out of the pile. So I'm going to take it, so it doesn't get auto screened by the HR robot, whatever tool they use to screen resumes. Because if mine had just gone into the pile, I don't think it would have been seen because it just wasn't maybe as strong or experienced as people who are already developers. But I networked with the person beforehand, and he literally said at the end of the conversation, I'm going to pull your resume out of the pile and we'll put it in for consideration. Instead of just it gets getting lost in the pool of applicants. So that was helpful for me. Rocky Rock says, for the last 10 years, I know how to do Hello World on the console. Give me the dollars. Yeah, hey, if you know how to build a button, sometimes that can get you hired. ID++, weirdly, I had the opposite happen. I had 5 years of experience on a specific tech. They were looking for 2 years and said I was inexperienced. Was weird, right? That just shows that years of experience means nothing. I think it may have been my past jobs were all small companies and never heard of any projects I was on. Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows what they were looking for? It clearly wasn't, technical skill. Maybe they were looking for certain projects or experience working with large groups or yeah, big enterprise projects or what have you. Fuel says smart. Establishing a personal contact with a hiring manager makes it more likely to succeed. I also call it cheating. Yeah, I see it as the good kind of cheating, right? You're making a connection so that person remembers you. I would call it increasing your odds. Hey, Hugo, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. ID says, yeah, it could be that their team was 20 strong and all I've been were on 5 to 12. Yeah, sure. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows why they say the things they do? Sorry, you're not experienced enough. I see you didn't code Facebook in college. Yeah, you're not Mark Zuckerberg, so I'm sorry we can't hire you. Absolutely. Junkie, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. I'm gonna hydrate. All right, and also too, it is the top of the hour, so it's actually time for a break. What we like to do is at the top of each hour, we like to take a 5 minute break, give you a chance to hydrate, use the restroom, do whatever you got to do. If you're sitting down, it gives you the chance to stand up and stretch a little bit, or just take care of stuff around the house. So we're going to take a 5 minute break, but I'm loving the conversation so far. Clapstack says, "How would you change position from data analysis to data engineering?" That's what I did. So I will definitely share share more about my process and my career when we come back from the break. So stick around, Clapslack. I will answer your question. Felipe, welcome to the stream. Stick around. We're going to take a 5 minute break, but we're going to come back and keep talking. All right. Hang on one second. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minute timer. Google. Oh, come on. Hang on. There we go. All right, timer is up. I'm going to reset it for y'all. And we're going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to get some more hydration. I'm going to sit down for a minute. I stand up while I'm talking. So I usually like to sit down during the breaks. And then when we come back, we're going to keep going with our conversation. All right, I'll see you shortly. Okay, folks, we got about just a minute or just a little over a minute left in the break. So please do come on back when you're ready to do so. Get yourself a glass of water. If you've been sitting down this entire break and you were also sitting down during the past hour, I see you. Please get up and stretch if you are physically able to do so. It will be much better for you to change positions. Yeah, move your body a little bit. Right. And then come on back when you're ready. Pet your dog, get yourself a glass of water, use the restroom, whatever you got to do. Fist of Fury. Hey, good to see you. Alrighty, folks. Webcam back on. I'm going to stop the timer. We're going to go back to Big Face. There we go. Back to Big Face. Hi, folks. Welcome back. Fist of Fury says, hey, great to see you. You remind me of 100 Devs. I'm glad I do. Yeah, so if you didn't know, I have been streaming since the end of the 100 Devs cohort. I just kept going. So I am on every weekend here at this time, still building cool stuff, building projects, getting into some more advanced topics such as React. And so if that's something you're interested in, feel free to tune in with us. We go outside of the 100 Devs curriculum, but it's still valuable stuff to know, at least in my opinion. And it's been a lot of fun. Okay, so before the break, Clap Slack asks, how would you change position from data analysis to data engineering? Yeah, so I will say, I guess, as far as like the official description of what a data engineer is, um, I'm not sure if I fully meet that description, but I am certainly a senior engineer, senior developer working with data. So I guess that meets the description. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. My official title, like I said before, my official title is senior business intelligence developer. So I work with the data that gets turned into analytics data for like our customers. Our customers are the business analysts and the data analysts. So I went from actually being one of those customers as a data analyst. I went from being the customer to being the person who actually delivers the product. So I build data structures and also data pipelines. So the data that goes from the source to the target that the customer uses. I also build not only the structures, but the pipelines that transfer that data from source to target. So yeah, how did I go from being a data analyst to being a developer? So straight out of college, I got a job in analytics, which was fine. I mean, I really like Microsoft Excel. I think it's one of the best tools that mankind has ever been created. Um, and so I love Excel a lot. I truly love working with it still today. I think it's a tool that everyone should know how to use. So learn how to use Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets. I mean, that's free. So learn how to use some kind of a spreadsheet tool. But anyway, I got a job doing that. It was in the health insurance industry, and in the United States, the health insurance industry is uh, kind of soulless and predatory. No shade against anybody who works for a health insurance company. Absolutely not. You do what you got to do to get your money. But it didn't sit well with me, so I didn't stay there for very long. But it did get my foot in the door. So even if you get a position and you don't stay at that job for very long, it's still something that goes on your resume, right? And so having that on my resume helped out. I also picked up a tiny amount of SQL there. I didn't even know what it was, but I just put it on my resume anyway. Like SQL, yeah, I know SQL, sure. I can write a select statement. I know SQL. And that was enough to get me a job at an e-commerce company doing more operations management. So this company had a production facility, and the production facility was entirely run on essentially just a big old SQL database with a bunch of stored procedures, which ran all the logistics for the production floor. And so I was brought on to manage those logistics. And so I had to learn a crap ton of SQL really quick on the job. Basically, I did most of my learning on the job. Like I said before, I don't have a CS degree. um, I at the time I did have a bachelor's degree in statistics, but I don't think I learned very much. And so I did most of my learning of analytics and of SQL and of Microsoft Excel and all those things. Most of that was learned on the job. Um, so I at this e-commerce company, I learned a bunch of SQL really fast. My manager was basically a SQL genius. I do not feel reserved in calling him that. He was absolutely a SQL genius and could do magic with SQL. And so I learned a lot just from him, just watching him and looking at the sort of things he was doing. So I feel very grateful to have had that experience. I stayed there for about 3 years, and then I went back to the same university I graduated to because I wanted to get a master's degree, just for funsies, not because I needed one. But I figured they would cover my tuition if I worked there. So I got a data analytics job with that university, and they covered my tuition for my master's degree. So that was nice. So if you are wanting to either finish your bachelor's degree, get an associate's degree, or get a higher degree, consider working for a university. They have tons of jobs that are not dealing with students or teaching or anything like that. They need a bunch of IT infrastructure, and so get a job with a university, get your degree paid for. I recommend it. But anyway, I got a job as a finance analyst. I'm not very good at finance, but I am good at analytics. So that helped a lot. And while I was doing those analytics, the financial analytics, I found that what I kept like the kind of projects I kept volunteering for or really getting into were the projects where I had to build something with code or with software, like or being an administrator for a software project or a product. Like, oh, we have this budgeting tool that our people are going to enter, their department budgets into. We need somebody to administer it. I'd be like, yes, let me be the administrator. Um, Hopper Boom, thank you for the follow.
Hopper Boom just followed.
And so I kept volunteering for those types of things. At one point, I was administering like three software products just because I wanted to. And I always made sure that I made note of those projects, and my contributions to those projects and those products. And kind of kept those in my head, like a little Rolodex in my head of like, hey, this is what I've done. And then a developer position became available, internally within my company. And I decided, one of my coworkers basically poked and prodded me into applying because I didn't think I could do it because I thought that you had to have a CS degree in order to be a developer. At that point, I did. I tried to take a CS course in college. It did not go well. I hated it. I was terrible at it. I was that one person that you have in your group. Like when you have a group project in college or in high school, there's always that one person that is not contributing very much. And I wasn't like mean about it or obnoxious about it. I just didn't understand what was going on, and I couldn't help. So I was bringing like cookie and coffees to the group, being like, "I'm sorry, guys, I can't help you. I don't know what's going on. Here, have some coffee and cookies and snacks." Um, so yeah, I was that person, and so that's the only reason I even passed that class. It was a Java course and it was terrible. But anyway, so yeah, I didn't think I could be a developer because I didn't do well at that course. I didn't have a CS degree. And despite the fact that I had been doing SQL for several years at that point, I didn't think I could be a developer. So the first big hurdle was just my own self confidence. And I didn't understand that a lot of the skills that you have as a data analyst are going to serve you well as a developer. I think the data analyst to developer pipeline is a great way to go. Because you can, you already have those analytical, those logistical, that mindset in your head, right? It's already, your brain's already wired for that. And so all you need is the actual coding skills, and you can pick a lot of that stuff up on the job. So for me, it was more, the biggest hurdle was self confidence, and then also keeping track of what I found most valuable in the interview was being able to articulate the technical side of what I had been doing as an analyst. So, yeah, here are all the software projects I administered. Also, when I was working as an analyst, I built a SharePoint tool. So, an automated SharePoint tool, which did not require any coding, but it did require logical thinking and understanding of basic programming concepts like if else. Using a GUI interface, using a not a coding interface, but dragging and dropping components in Microsoft Power Automate. I built a SharePoint tool from scratch that allowed us to automate the various customer requests that were coming in. So instead of having to handle all these things manually and build reports and things manually, I built a tool to do them automatically using Power Automate. And so being able to have a sort of a flagship project that you can show and be like, wow, I was a major contributor to this, or I built this. That is a huge help in making in jumping that hurdle and into being a developer from an outside role. So I hope that helps. Let me know if you have any follow-up questions. So yeah, I'm going to catch up with chat here. Fuel Snapple says Excel is the only successful low-code tool. Yeah, and I agree with that. I would say that also Microsoft has done a great job in modern Office of, especially the cloud-based version of Office, in really interconnecting a lot of their tools to make them much more automation friendly and low code friendly. So in most modern versions of Office, you can do pretty much anything with Microsoft Power Automate. You can send emails, you can send alerts in Teams, you can build spreadsheets. Part of the tool that I built with no code was building an entire spreadsheet template based on information that a user had submitted using Microsoft Forms. So the information would flow through, it would send an email saying, we got your information, and then it would go into a SharePoint site and record all their answers onto a SharePoint list. And then it would build an Excel template with the information that they entered and save that template into that SharePoint list. And all of that was done with no code and no coding ability at the time. I wouldn't know how to build that in code. But I think Microsoft has made the low code environment a lot more accessible to anybody now. So I think that's a really cool thing. Business analysts or data analysts such as myself at that time, I was able to build something extremely complex with very little coding ability outside of SQL, which didn't help me there. Fist of Fury says, would you say that in the US there are way much more opportunities for software development jobs? I would say for well-paying software development jobs, yes. The average salary in the U.S. For software developers is higher than other parts of the world. Absolutely. Now, are there fewer jobs? I don't know the answer to that. I'm in the U.S. I can't really speak for other countries, but I do know that there is a salary difference. But it also depends on cost of living, right? So if you become a developer in San Francisco, the cost of living is going to be extremely high. Your salary is going to be high, but the cost of living is going to be extremely high. So it also depends on cost of living. Terranite says, what is your master's in? I got an MBA, not because I necessarily wanted to be a manager, but just because I thought it sounded interesting. So there you go. Has it helped me in my career? No, it hasn't. Once again, being in tech is very non-reliant, unless you're going for a very specific niche. I feel like it really, your degree doesn't matter. I just wanted to do it, and it was going to be free, so I did it. I like learning things, as you can probably tell if you watch my streams. I like learning things a lot. So for me, it was just more for fun than anything else. Hopper Boom, thank you for the follow. I don't think I caught that follow originally, but thank you for the follow, Hopper. Fist of Fury says, I never knew they pay for your degree if you work for a uni. Yeah, and I'm not going to say that's true for every university, but most universities, if you work for them, they will give you some kind of tuition reimbursement or remission or discount of some kind. It may not be a full free degree, but there's usually going to be something good. So I feel like a lot of people sleep on universities for places to work, especially in tech. You don't think of universities as like a tech company, but they absolutely are. So especially big state universities, think about how big universities are. They are huge in the U.S., especially. You got these big state universities, and they're massive. They're literally like cities. most of them. Um, like my university has its own fire department and its own police department. I mean, they're that big. And so you're going to have a massive IT infrastructure that underpins these big universities. And especially now, where, fewer folks are going to college, right? And so universities are having to fight for applicants. Um, and what do you need in order to make yourself competitive in the business world? You need good data. You need good, efficient operations and processes. And how do you make yourself more efficient? You gather more data. You build more efficient, software tools, and you build more efficient apps and internal processes. And what do you need in order to do those things? You need developers. You need engineers. You need developers. You need people who can write good code. And so, yeah, I always recommend universities as a place to at least look at what they offer, as far as jobs and benefits. The pay is not going to be as good as the private sector, absolutely not. But depending on where you're at in life, the benefits might outweigh the salary drawbacks. I'll give an example. One of my coworkers used to work for Dell, like Dell, the computer company. They used to work for Dell, and they came to my university, and they love the benefits. They love the excellent health insurance for their family. Um, they love the good work life balance. I mean, you're working 40 hours a week, and that's it. And it's not a cutthroat environment by any means. It's a very stable job. Um, you get all the tuition stuff I talked about. You get a bunch of other perks, free software, free subscriptions to things. And so it just depends on where you're at in life, right? It might be a good fit for you. ID plus plus says, do you use floats and doubles often in your job? Literally never use them except to divide an int by a double to get a value I cast to int. By job, I mean anything you code every day slash week. So, data types in the kind of structures that I build, the data type is really driven by, what the customer needs. And so, yeah, I mean, sometimes ints are, all I need for certain types of data, but sometimes if the customer needs something, really really precise, then yeah, I'll have to use other types. I use decimals quite a bit when we're talking about things like, I do deal, even though I don't work in finance anymore, I deal with, dollar values and things. We're talking about student payments and financial aid and that kind of thing. And so, yeah, I mean, sometimes you need other data types other than int. Yeah. Engineer says, I felt the same. I started as a CS major and I quit after a C++ course with a terrible grad student teaching it. Turned me off of the path completely. Yeah, that that frustrates me so much about the college experience sometimes, in that you're taking these, impressionable undergrads who have never touched code before. They've only heard about it in the movies, that kind of thing. And then you immediately, throw them into the frying pan with, either a terrible course or a terrible teacher, and then immediately you have turned maybe a promising young developer into somebody who will always think that they can't do it, right? You basically cut them off from an entire career path. And I feel like there should be more accountability, in those types of intro courses. Um, and you can say, oh, well, they just weren't resilient enough to get through it. Well, I don't agree with that. I feel like the course should be tailored to be as accessible as possible and allow the student themselves to make their own decision as to whether that's a good career path. We shouldn't, the teacher or the course shouldn't make that decision for them. They should be able to, make that decision for themselves, and then bring others up with them, right? Give, if a traditional course model isn't working for a lot of students, it should be revised. And the student, the makeup of the student body should be taken into account, and how can we make this accessible to the most people. So yeah, that same thing happened to me in that Java course, and I don't want to say I wasted, like almost 10 years, of my working life, thinking that I couldn't be a developer, but there was definitely missed opportunities there, that where I could have been a developer all that time, and it was something that I love, and I just didn't think I could do it. Rex Riker says, I don't know why I didn't turn to computer programming during my educational journey, but I'm happy I'm in that journey now. I feel exactly the same way. Yes. Very happy to be here. Fuel Snabble says there's a lot of software jobs in Scandinavia, rest of Europe. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, and SQL you typically use decimal types a lot. Yes, I absolutely do. Anytime that you want to calculate anything with money, you need decimals, right? Anytime you want to things like GPA, quiz scores, test scores, all those types of things, the type of data that I work with, you need other things other than integers. A student's not going to like it if you're rounding down on their GPA. They're not gonna dig that. Rex says, I like learning things as well, but have difficulty staying focused and not overwhelmed. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think the important thing is to not pull yourself in too many directions, right? Not to always go chasing after the next best thing. And like I said, I know that compulsion. I know that desire to do that. I fully understand that. But again, the best thing is to have some kind of an accountability system where you know that you have to get the essential things done first. And then if you have more time, you can go, look at other things, but you have to get the essentials done first. Creedite says, universities are struggling to find postdoc researchers too. Yeah, I think some of that has to do with pay, probably. Um, yeah, it sucks to be a postdoc out there. Renit says, any tips for full stack projects to work on if you're not a designer but just want to do the coding, something beyond a simple to do app? Yeah, we've done a ton of different projects here on stream. We've done things like a menu catalog app, which allows you to pull in a list of restaurants and all their menus. We've done things like building Facebook for cats. So a social media site with authentication. Yeah, there's all sorts of things you can do. Feel free to take a look at my YouTube channel and check out some of the projects. We have done a lot of to do apps, but most of the time that's to more show the technology. It's the point isn't the to do app. The point is showing the technology. Now, sometimes the point is the actual app itself. And I have a lot of projects there where, yeah, we build Facebook for cats. We built a generator, that generates dog personalities. Yeah, restaurant menu tracker. In chat, if folks in chat, feel free to share, your favorite fun creative projects that we've done. I can't think of them, but we've done a lot. I have like over, a year and a half worth of projects here on my YouTube channel if you need some inspiration. And feel free also too, for anybody out there who's like, ooh, that sounds like a cool project. My GitHub is public. So that code is out there if you want to take it. The only thing I would ask is that, build the project that's in the code, but then also add something to it. Make it your own. Make it, change the colors, change the design. Whatever. And then if you can, tag me on Twitter and because I want to see what you made. So that's the only thing I ask. My GitHub is public. Exclamation point GitHub. If you want to link to that to see all the stuff I've got out there, it's all there. Also, to talking about design, what I've found very helpful is learning frameworks. I can't, raw CSS is not my friend. It does not help me. I'm not good at it. But learning frameworks that help with built-in elements such as Tailwind and Bootstrap have been very helpful for me in helping me build, ready-made designs. So Tailwind, Bootstrap, those can be really helpful if you're not a good designer, so to speak. Hey, Sleeper Void, welcome to the stream. Hi, soon I'll do a coding course. I love the idea of creating software or my own games. What principles, in your opinion, should one have? By principles, do you mean like skills? Um, I would say the best skill to have is actually building things. So many folks will take a course and they will, we were talking about this before earlier in the stream, is, they'll just watch the lecture, or maybe they'll build the thing that was in the lecture, but then they don't do anything else with it. Then they just go to the next thing. And I think the most important thing is to learn about the skill and then apply it. So go and watch the lecture and then try to build something yourself. And it's going to be hard, and you're going to get frustrated, and you're going to get errors, and it may not even be fun for starters. You might struggle with it and you think, oh, I'm spending way too long on this. But the best way to get that knowledge in your head is actually building something, and then later on you have something that you can show an employer and be like, yeah, I didn't just build tic-tac-toe, I didn't just build a calculator, I built something that I'm interested in, and here's why I built this, here's what it means to me personally. And so that can be really helpful to both you and to your job hunt. Axel says, Mine Wolf, do you know about C#.net? I just started learning VB.net. I do not know, personally, I don't know C Sharp. But I have started, I did just build an app in VB.net. So I don't know if that helps at all. It is kind of fun being able to build Windows apps, rather than I've been, spending all this time doing just back end and then building web apps. And it is kind of fun being able to build desktop apps as well. And like I said before, I mean, I just built my first app in VB.net, and because I built a utility app to help me and my coworkers automate a process that used to be manual. So there was a process at work when we are building our data pipelines. There was a thing where we always had to go in and we had to set a bunch of variables manually. Like it didn't teach us anything. It was just repetitive setting of variables over and over and over and over and over, the same variables every single time. And so I built a tool that would take some XML from this piece of software. It would take XML, it would modify it, add components, change values, that sort of thing, and then spit back the completed XML. And then they could take that and put it back into the software, and bada bing, everything is set up the way it needs to be without you having to go in and change each thing manually. So that's what I built. ID++ says, I hear Tailwind is great for people who like it. It seems like something I'd like, but haven't touched web in months. Yeah, Tailwind is really popular, and for good reason. It lets you do a ton of easy, quick styling, and that looks more. It looks less corporate than something like Bootstrap. Like right, if you see a Bootstrap app, like yeah, this is Bootstrap. You can just tell the way the buttons look, the way the boxes look, the way the design is just very Bootstrap. I like it personally. I love Bootstrap, but a lot of people don't because it looks very generic. So Tailwind allows for a lot more customization, and you usually can't tell, ooh, this is Tailwind. You can do a lot more with it. Axel says, oh, hey, Count Doran, good to see you. Good to have you here. Axel says, I have experience with VB.net, but I need knowledge with C#.net, SQL Server, and WinForms. Yeah, yeah. WinForms, it's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah, WinForms is, oh, Particle Marcos, thank you for the follow.
Particle Marcos just followed.
WinForms is actually what we use at my job for our internal apps. We use WinForms with VB.net as the backend. And so yeah, I've been having to learn WinForms too. Actually, I built my app in WPF, which is the newer version. Like it's, WinForms is pretty old, right? But it's still really good for utility apps. I've been learning WPF, but if you're building internal utility apps, you don't need it to be fancy. You can just do it in WinForms. WinForms is pretty easy to pick up. A lot of it is just you can do it in a GUI. If you're using Visual Studio, Visual Studio has a really good GUI for WinForms. So, and also, for learning that stuff and for defining, what's in those languages, you can always ask ChatGPT to help you with that as well. Pseudo says, what type of questions can we ask? Whatever you like. Just keep it respectful, keep it moderately on topic, but hey, whatever you want to ask is totally fine. Fire away. What do you got? Bada boom. ID++ says, I don't ever use Python. What libraries do data scientists want when they write code? They're to use Java, C#, or even C. So I don't do analytics anymore. I'm not a data scientist, I'll say that. I build the data sets that the analysts use. I do see Python a lot for on data scientist jobs. I do see Python a lot. I also see like other analytics tools like R or SAS. Those are pretty common as well. I actually had a manager when I was an analyst. I had a manager who did everything in SAS. Um, did all their analytics in SAS, and with their that's a very useful tool as well. Fist of Fury says, yes, build, 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 build. That's how I learned full stack to a good standard. Yeah, absolutely. Because that's what you're going to be doing on the job. You're going to be building stuff, right? You're not going to be just sitting and listening to people talk. What you're actually going to be doing is building things. And so get a head start on building things as soon as you can. Because that'll teach you, the limitations of the language that you're learning. It'll teach you the efficient processes. It'll give you a library of code snippets in your GitHub that you can copy and paste from. You can be like, oh yeah, I built something. I built a function for this like 6 months ago. Let me get it from my GitHub, right? Feel Snapple says Bootstrap is perfect for our internal support tool app. We need maximum bang for the buck. Yeah, I love, as far as like a design tool, I love Bootstrap. Personally, not a lot of people don't love it. I love it, but I love it because it looks generic. Because as soon as people go to the app, they have like a mental image of what things do because they've seen it before, right? They know that the red button is canceled. They know that there's that most buttons are going to be blue because that's the standard button color. They have already seen those components before in other websites, and so they immediately know, here's where I need to go, here's what I click on, here's what this does. Some websites, when they try to get too fancy with their design, they may look very pretty, but they suddenly become extremely hard to navigate. Things become obscured behind graphics and images and flowy texts and that kind of thing. I see it a lot with like restaurant and hotel websites. Is they try to look so fancy that they become difficult to use. The thing I like about Bootstrap is that it does what it says on the tin, standard formats for all your basic components, and immediately as the user, you know where to look for things and what they look like. Pseudo please says topic coding. Yeah, not necessarily code. You can ask about coding if you like. You can ask about working in tech. You can ask about my career. You can ask about a lot of us here are in 100 devs, web developers. Ask about web development. Ask about platforms, tools, whatever you like. Fire away. If I'm not able to answer something, or if I don't want to answer something, I will tell you, and it's not going to make me like you any less. So feel free to ask. Engineer Moore says, "What is your favorite Star Trek movie and series?" Ooh, man, that's a great question. And Feel Snubble says WPF is kind of long in the tooth as well. Yeah, right. Like, it's a lot of companies and internal enterprise apps are using very outdated technologies. WinForms is extremely old. WPF is also old as well, but slightly newer. Favorite Star Trek movie and series? I really like right now. I am really enjoying Strange New Worlds, as well as Lower Decks, both of which just recently had seasons. Lower Decks is running right now. They're in the middle of their season, so I'm very happy right now because I love Strange New Worlds. I love Lower Decks. That actually made me pay for a Paramount Plus subscription. That made me shell out the money for an actual subscription because I enjoyed watching Lower Decks so much. So yeah, those two I would say. As far as favorite movie, I gotta say Wrath of Khan. Pretty safe choice, but honestly, it's friggin' great. Yeah, Wrath of Khan. Dev Puddle says, "How do you decide on the project and the features you want to build? Like, do you plan it in advance or just go for it?" I'll speak to my personal process. This may not be everybody's process. It also depends if you are building an app for someone else. Like, if you have a customer, so if you have a customer or a client, you always want to get as much information from them as you can before you start. Because the very worst thing in the world is finishing a project, giving it to the client, and then they're like, nope, not what I wanted. Sorry, wrong. And then you've disappointed yourself and the client. So if you have a client, get as much information as you can up front. Give them mock-ups, build mock-ups of the interface if you can. Have them sign off on those beforehand. Be like, yep, this is what I want. I sign off on this. I approve this. Go build it. So you're going to want to do much more upfront work if you have a client or a customer. If you're building for yourself, then my personal project, my process for that type of thing is, I don't know, I'll just kind of start with an idea. I'll start with a, hey, this sounds cool, like Facebook for cats. So a few weeks ago, we built Facebook for cats on stream. I literally just thought, I want to build a social media app for cats. Let's do it. And I kind of had an idea of the basic things that a social media app needs, right? It needs images, it needs posts, it needs usernames, bada bing. And so I had that basic idea in mind. I also had the stack that I wanted to use. Here's the tools I want to use to do this. And then I just kind of started building it. And I had some ideas that didn't work. So, as I was going along, I was like, nope, this isn't going to work. So I had to drop those and, just kind of figured it out as I went along. But that was a personal project for me and, obviously here on stream. So, again, it just depends on who your customer is. Is it yourself? Is it somebody else? I would say don't take yourself out of the game before you even start. So if you have an idea of something that sounds cool to you that you want to build, go do it. Don't try to plan the whole thing out beforehand, because you're going to bury yourself in what ifs, and you're gonna put yourself under so many potential features and things you want to do that you're gonna psych yourself out, and you're gonna be like, I can't do this, it's too complicated. No, just go build it. Build what we call an MVP, which is a minimum viable product. So build um, the smallest version of the app that you can that actually works. So build something that works, but make it as lean and small as possible. And then once you get it working, then add features from there. Add additional features, make it more complex. That's my recommendation. Fuel Snabble says the last thing our support is going to complain about is something that looks like Bootstrap. Yeah, right. Does it work? Great, awesome. And that's a great point. The most important part of any app is, does it work, and does it provide a good experience to the user? And I'll say again, sometimes those hotel websites and those restaurant websites are really bad at this, because it looks really pretty, but then you go to do something like, okay, what are your hours? What is your menu if it's a restaurant? I think restaurants are the biggest offenders here. Yeah, like, what are your hours? What is the rest? What's the phone number? And sometimes you can't even find those things because it's all hidden behind galleries and flowy images and animations. And you're just like, just show me your phone number, please. I want to see the menu. And so, yeah, it's in the end, it's all about, does it work, and is the user experience good? I would much prefer like a plain text website that lists all those things like menu, hours, phone number, like right on the main page, versus pretty splash images. ID++ says, oh, I never pull out old code. Every time I write code, it's better. There's probably a dozen or two classes I perfected, and I'll copy and paste those. Yeah, it just depends on what you're building, right? So in my personal projects that I build for streams, and my web dev projects, which is not my day job, that's true. I don't copy and paste a ton of code. A lot of the times it is easier to write it fresh. However, in my day job, when I'm building SQL structures and SQL code, a lot of that, since it's for a big company, a lot of that is very boilerplate. It's a lot of the same structures over and over. We have a lot of standard queries that we have to run when we validate things. There's a lot of very structured standard templates and rules we have to follow. And so for a lot of those, I'm copying and pasting like crazy, because I gotta make it match what the company is expecting. And I gotta make sure I get all my validation steps and that kind of thing. A ton of that is copy paste. Fist of Fury says, what are your thoughts on companies that like assessing candidates on data structures and algorithms? Do you think that's an accurate indication that they're competent for the role? So I will say that, when I got my dev job, my senior dev job, you could ask me what data structures and algorithms were, and I would just say, I don't know. So am I saying it's going to stop you from doing the job? No, absolutely not. Should it be a complete barrier to entry? I don't think so. But I do think, I wish I knew more about data structures and algorithms. And that's one of my goals, is to get better at that stuff. Just because, when I started learning more about like backend data structures and like different data storage options, and it really opened my eyes to building better systems. Like, okay, how, yeah, I can build stuff that works, but how do I build stuff that works better? And I think that, you know, that it can take you to the next level. Should it stop you from building things? Absolutely not. Write bad code all the time. Do it. Like, as soon as you learn how to build a thing, like, just go build it. It doesn't matter if it's good, I say in quotes. Um, but data structures and algorithms can take you up to the next level. So I think for entry level developers, data structures and algorithms, I personally don't feel that they should be a barrier to entry. But for higher levels, yeah, I think they should have some knowledge of that. Just because you can build more efficient systems, you can be more informed in the decisions you're making with your code, um, and you know, just build a better infrastructure. So personal take, might not be everybody's opinion. ID plus plus says, "How long a day do you stand when you code?" I can do it for 2 hours tops. So I always stand when I stream. I'm standing right now. Hello, standing. Um, but I during all the breaks, I do always sit down. You know, the importance is variety. So when I'm actually working, like at my day job, I have a traditional desk where I sit down. Um, but you know, for streaming, I stand. So I think just the importance is variety. Whatever you do, there shouldn't be like a you have to stand for 4 hours a day or whatever. Just move your body as much as you can. That's what your body wants. It wants to move, so just move it. Axel says, "Mine Wolf, where are you from?" I'm from the United States, from the yeah U.S. of A. USA.
Forge838 just followed.
Forge, thank you for the follow. Now I'm definitely not a you know big patriotic flag waver by any means, but yeah, I'm from the U.S. I'm glad there's other fans of Khan out there. Why is it DS9? DS9 is great. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely, DS9 is fantastic. But for more light entertainment, you know, fun, classic Star Trek vibes, I think that Strange New Worlds, as far as like Strange New Worlds, does the best at emulating original Star Trek, like that feel of it and how it used to feel, kind of the Monster of the Week type stories, but without all the uncomfortable views on women and you know without all the 1960s stuff that came along with it. I think it does a great job of modernizing that while still keeping the essence. Lower Decks is a fantastic, funny show. With also, if you're a Star Trek fan, you get a lot of a payoff in all the Easter eggs that they put everywhere. And there's a lot of really great callbacks to Star Trek without being like Family Guy style, irreverent satire. It's very loving to Star Trek. So that's why I like Lower Decks. Actually, right before this stream, I was looking online to see if I could get a little like desk model of the USS Cerritos, which is the ship from Lower Decks. I was literally googling that before the stream started. Unfortunately, it seems to be sold out everywhere. Because yeah, the Cerritos is cool. Rex Record says, "What is your favorite video game and why is it Starfield?" I actually don't game very much anymore. I used to quite a bit. Um, my favorite video game, I tend to really like indie games, but the game, I think the last game that I 100% completed was actually Spider Man. So Spider Man on the PS4, not an indie game by any means, but a really great game. I think that was maybe, and before that, I think Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, so yeah, but I do love indie games because I mean they're always so creative and they're usually somebody's passion project. So yeah, indie games are great. Voyage Home, yeah, that's a good one too. ID Plus Plus says, "Have you heard of extreme programming?" I have not. Now I'm curious as to what that is. Axel says, "Mind Wolf, I like Star Trek Picard, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Star Trek Discovery. Yeah, all those are great. I think the cool thing is that we have so much Star Trek to choose from now. There was when I was growing up, like by the time I got into Star Trek, Enterprise was like ending, and then after that we had nothing. like nothing. It was a complete desert. That's why I actually bought like at like 12 or 13, I bought the entire seasons 1 through 7 of Star Trek Voyager on DVD, and it was like $400. And I saved up all of my money for like a year just to buy that DVD set, and I watched those obsessively, just every day after school, because I mean it was the only Star Trek that I had access to. And I think it's so cool now that we have all these different series to choose from, and whatever you like, you can find the Star Trek that that you resonate with. I think that's so cool. Feel Snobble says, I think if data structures and algorithms is important for the work, then yes, I think measure on it, but I've never been in a place where data structures and algorithms is on the top 10 things of important things to consider. Yes. So, I mean, in my day job as a senior dev, do I have to think about data structures and algorithms? No. Do I think they add value? Yes. But are they important to my daily job? No. Griffin says Tinder for cats. Oh man, I feel like that would be mostly rejection. Like anybody who sign, any cats who sign up for Tinder, they're just going to be just rejecting everyone. Feels Novel says I can maybe do a simple data structure algorithms as a warm up. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't do one. In an interview setting. I probably couldn't do one. Kilted 2000 says, how can you network over social media? Ooh, great question. What do you say to people when asking for coffee chats? I just say, hey, I really, connect with them in some way. I really admire the work you're doing for company, or oh, I really thought that was such a cool project that you posted, on Twitter, or connect with them in some way. Would you be open to, like 5 minutes of your time? It depends on what their presence is like. Are they offering coffee chats? Are they not? I mean, if they're not offering coffee chats, then you might just say, can I connect with you for 5 minutes on your career path, and how you got to where you are today, something like that. Only ask for 5 or 10 minutes of their time. That way they won't see it as like a imposition on their calendar. But just be polite, be respectful, be sincere, and folks are gonna accept that. They're what's the worst that could happen, right? If you reach out to somebody, what's the worst that can happen? They don't respond. Fine, then they don't respond. Ask somebody else. um, but yeah, I mean, the best way to approach folks is just be sincere. Say, I admire you for this, or this is why I'm contacting you. Can I have 5 minutes of your time? Jim Fix says, have you done SQL requests in Python? SQL requests in Python or other full stack environments? So last week here on stream, we actually did, we built our first SQL backend app, using Supabase and React. So I can, as of last week, I can say, yeah, I've done, done SQL database requests in React now. Yeah, it feels novel, talking about, visual, how an app looks visually versus the user experience. By far, the user experience is the most important thing. We worked on a huge visual upgrade to a software, but it was more of a signal to the market. We are still investing in this old app and make it easier to sell. Absolutely. There can be a time when an app just looks old. Um, sometimes you go to a website and it's still optimized for like early 2000s. So, it's still in like the square, like square window. So you've got big white space on either side, and, all the buttons are too small. And so, yeah, then that would be a good time for a visual upgrade. When the appearance of your app is actually detracting from the user experience, right? It's making it worse for the user because they can immediately tell that it's old, and it's not making use of the tools that the user is using. So like screen size, or maybe it's hurting accessibility because the buttons are all optimized for Windows 95 size CRT monitors. So that's hurting accessibility. So yeah, there are definitely times when a visual upgrade is important. The users turned off the bells and whistles ASAP. Yeah, absolutely. Feels Novel says, only once have I have applied a data structure that, I know for sure made a big difference out of 30 years of coding. Yeah. And I'll say in my role, so as a senior BI developer, the way that we build our the way we build our data structures is we have an architect. We actually have two architects, and their role, those architects' role, is to basically they're like just like a building architect. They make blueprints. They make data blueprints of, all right, this is what our structure should look like. This is what's going to be the most efficient. Here's, how we model this data to do what the customer wants. And so, that's not my job, right? My job is to then take those blueprints and build what the customer is actually asking for. So it's kind of like an architect, like, a construction worker isn't, they're not the one doing the design. They still have to be highly skilled, but they're not writing the blueprints. They're taking those blueprints and then building the stuff. And so I'm that person. I'm taking those blueprints and building those. So I don't have to know all the ins and outs of, this is why they structured it this way and all that sort of thing. Our architects are extremely good about sharing the why, but do I have all that stuff memorized? Absolutely not. um, I'm more like, all right, here's the specification I'm working from. I can build this. Axel says, "Mine Wolf, I know you are from USA." Yeah, you could tell, couldn't you? Oh, yeah, you could spot the American, right? I'm sure I've got a very strong American accent. I will say I'm from the Midwest in the USA. So you may not know this. So folks who aren't from the USA may know this, or you may not. So obviously the USA is very large, and there's a lot of different accents. I'm sure you're familiar with like a Texas, like a cowboy accent, right? Those are the folks from the South or from Texas. Um, but there's a ton of different accents, from various parts of the country, and uh, the accent where I'm from, the Midwestern accent, is actually what you probably maybe think of as like the standard American accent. For a long time, newscasters, so news reporters or people on the news presenting the news presenters, were taught to speak with the type of accent that I have. And so it kind of became the standard American accent. Now it's not that way anymore. Now news presenters are allowed to speak with whatever accent they have. But there used to be a kind of a standard accent for news presenters, and it was the one that I grew up speaking. So kind of an interesting fun fact. Hello from Chile. Welcome to the stream, Nefesh. Good to have you here. Phil Snapple says, Mine Wolf, what do you think of Galaxy Quest, the movie? I love it. It's fantastic. DSA rant. Phil Snapple, you sound like a great hiring manager. I would love to be hired by you. Let's see, Jim Fick, I think I answered that question. I was talking about how we built apps in React. I built an app last week in using React to interface with a Supabase uh, SQL backend. But yes, I have not done anything in Python. I did take a course one time and learned a little Python. It didn't really stick though because I didn't apply it, and that's the problem. You got to apply the stuff that you learn, right? Phil Snubble says, "Oh, and FTL is a Star Trek simulator." Yeah, it is. I love FTL too. Oh, somebody asked about extreme programming, and I asked, what is extreme programming? It took a certain aspect to the extreme. If code if code review is S good, let's do all programming as pair programming. Oof, I would not like that. Yeah, I would not like doing everything as pair programming. I love working with my coworkers. My coworkers are great, but always working in pairs and having somebody looking at me, I would not be good with that. I mean, that's what I do for you guys on stream, but like all the time, no, I don't think so. Dev Puddle says, now that you know React, do you prefer it over Vanilla JS? That's a great question. Um, I think overall, yes. Just because it allows me to combine appearance and appearance and logic, code logic in like within the same component. So it's just a different way of thinking about code structure, right? Like I was saying last week, React is just JavaScript with a funny hat. So or a fancy hat, right? It's still JavaScript. You're just adding more features to it, like somebody putting on a big fancy hat. Um, and so I appreciate those extra features. I like that you can group logic in group logic and appearance together in a single component, and then that component becomes modular, and you can use that component as many times as you need to in other parts of your code. And voila, you have both a GUI element and the logic behind it to control it. I love that the fact that those components are self-contained. They don't rely, on anything else. Sometimes they have parent components, yeah, sure, but the actual logic of them is self-contained, and I really like that. I like the tree structure, the fact that you build things out as once you have your components, you can build them out in a hierarchical structure. And then the actual layout of your application becomes very clean, no matter how complex it turns out to be. So, yeah, I really like React. Now, do I prefer it over vanilla JavaScript? I mean, it is like JavaScript, right? It's just JavaScript in a hat. So I think it's a nice addition. Faffin says, here's an anything question. What do you think of when you think of what blue would taste like? Um, First thing I think of is blueberries. Blueberries are good. I love berries just in general. Um, Axel says, what is 100 devs? Yeah, 100 devs is a free zero to web dev, web developer. I don't want to say course. Yeah, it's like a course. And I'm saying free, and the first thing you're going to think is like, yeah, right. You can access some things for free, but then they're going to charge you. No, this is entirely free. Um, when I started 100 Devs, I did not know what HTML was. Um, and now I'm building apps every single week here on stream and sharing them with you guys. So it really is from 0 to 100 as far as being a web developer. And then the most unique thing about it is like, yeah, boot camps are everywhere. There's tons of boot camps that do that. But the things that make 100 devs different is that number one, it is free. There is no charge, and you will never have to pay for any part of 100 devs. Nor should you. You should. And if anybody asks you to pay for 100 devs in any way, that's not correct. It is everything is freely available on YouTube, and there is a massively active Discord where you can find all the materials that you need to do the course. Number two, the thing that makes it unique is that it not only teaches you how to be a technical web developer, like how to code, but then it teaches you how to get a job, how to make your LinkedIn better, how to make your resume better, how to do the play the game, the hiring game.
Kev's Coder just
Kev's
followed.
Coder, thank you for the follow. So those are the things that I think that make 100 Devs unique. And as Laylo posted in chat there, those are the links. First one is to the 100 Devs website. The second one is to the Discord, and I would highly recommend you check out the Discord. It's really active. There's a lot of folks on there, and you can ask questions there and be like, "Is this worth it?" And then people can, give you their opinions there. Fuel Snuffle says two architects, like two popes. That kind of no. We have so at my job we have like a senior architect and then a less senior architect, and they're both good at different things. So they work really well together. One of them is really good at like the technical parts of being an architect, so like all the technical considerations that go into designing a database and data structures. And then the other one is better at like working with the customers and figuring out what the customers want. And both of those are really good skills to have that you need when you're an architect. And so our two architects work really well together because they have different specialties. Oh, ID++ has a book recommendation. Kent Beck, Extreme Programming Explained. Embrace Change. Nice. It's a great book title. Dev Puddle said, do you have any lofty goals within web development, like building SaaS projects? And by SaaS, they mean software as a service. Not really, no. Uh, I am a person who is driven by learning stuff, like learning something and doing something with that thing is it is enough to make me want to learn more because it's cool. I don't really have long term goals in that way. Just not how I roll generally. I would love to I'm just trying to make myself more well rounded. And the reason I got into 100 Devs was actually, because I got that senior dev role as a SQL developer, I was like, wow, oh my gosh, I am a senior developer now. And all I know, or all I knew at that point was SQL. That was it. Senior dev, one language, SQL. And I knew there was so much more out there, and I felt inadequate. Now that's not true. I got the job, but that's just how I felt. I was like, I am not well rounded enough to be a senior dev. I need to know more things. Now, whether that's true or not, but that was what was motivating me, was that drive. And so it was more just my quest to be a better developer, more well rounded, and that's how I got into 100 devs. Jim says there's a delay on stream. Apologies for double posting. Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry that there's a delay. I don't know why. That's odd. ID plus plus says extreme programming. I'm always gonna say it like a surfer person. Extreme, like a '90s surfer. Extreme programming is essentially having test and being code and having code in a releasable state by the end of your coding session, because the tests all pass. You don't build large features, so things may change. Yeah, I mean, it sounds a lot like agile. That's what I use at work is agile. Yeah, you build things in sprints, and you iterate on those sprints. So, for example, right now at work, we're working on a multi-year project. So this project definitely not finished in 1 year. The goal right now is 3 years, but there's wiggle room. It can go longer than that. It's a massive project, and so we do it in sprints, right? We tackle little components of it individually, put those in a sprint, have the users test them. They'll come back to us and say, "Nope, this is what I thought I wanted, but it's not what I actually wanted." We go back and we do it again, and it goes in the next sprint. And so, yeah, it's sort of that iterative approach for development. And so then by the end of it, the customer will have signed off on what we have delivered, and all the testing will have been done. Can they still find things after the project is over? Yes, absolutely. But have we covered all of our bases as much as we physically can? Yes. And so that's kind of the goal of these, more modern development frameworks, is that you're not just going away and building something and then coming back and seeing if the customer likes it. You're working with the customer as you go. And it's worked really well for us so far. And it gives the customer a better idea of what the development process is actually like, right? Because people who don't code have no idea what it's like to actually build something or code something, right?
Somayuma Horin you just followed.
So thank you so much for the follow. People who don't code have no idea what it's actually like to code something, and so it gives the customer a better feel for what work you're actually doing, what it takes, what the requirements are when you're checking with them and showing them iterative progress. Axel says, any specific topic that you recommend to do with a CRUD SQL Server, CRUD C# WinForms MVP? Okay, next week I will have an evaluation for a vacancy as a developer in my company. Okay, so what I would recommend you do is look for a need at your company. So, what is a process that is crappy at your company? What's a process that happens a lot, or a thing that customers have to do a lot that sucks, or that's very manual? Figure out what that is and build something to automate that process, or take something that is done in Excel spreadsheets right now, and turn it into an app. Right? Look, see a need and fill a need. That's what's going to be impressive to the folks at your job, because it's going to be relevant, it's going to be time saving, it's going to be efficient. Sounds like you only have a week to do it, so you might pick something that's not too ambitious, but and even if you don't get it all the way done, you can say, like, look, this is what I'm working on for you guys, this is why I built it, this is why it matters, because I want to save the company money. So spin it that way. Festiveri says, I'm mainly focusing on React and front end positions. Is there much point covering BSA for the live coding tests? Man, like Fuel Snabble was saying, I think you should know the answers to common coding interview questions. Just cover your bases. You never know who most hiring managers, or HR people, they're not going to know the specifics of what a front end developer actually does, right? They're just going to be throwing the standard questions at you. And, one of those might be a coding question that is completely not relevant to the work you'll actually be doing. So you can only help yourself if you know the answers to those common DSA and, those common coding challenges. Rex Record says, is there a data science version of 100 Devs? Let me think about that. So 100 Devs doesn't cover data science, but I would say the Primeagen. Chat, let me know what you think. The Primeagen is a good person to follow. They do more of the. That's the first person that came to my head, as far as educators, content creators who cover more of that kind of thing. What do you guys think, Primeagen or somebody else? Feel free to make other suggestions. But 100 Devs wouldn't. If you're looking for data science, 100 Devs wouldn't be the place that you go. But yeah, let me know in chat. That's the first thing that comes to my head is Primeagen. Mattel says, I like the way you think, Mine Wolf. You're hired. Thank you. Well, I'm glad that you're liking extreme programming. That's good. It's always fun to find a topic that you're that a technical topic that you're passionate about. Oh my goodness, you do a release at the end of a 3 to 8 hour code session. That is fast. Wowzers. Rex Riker says, "What is your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the new Python integration into Excel? I think it's fantastic for analysts. I also TypeScript. You can actually now do TypeScript to build macros in Excel, which is also extremely cool. I think any kind of code integration makes Excel an even better tool than it already was, and the fact that you can now do Python and TypeScript like directly in Excel, I think is fantastic. So cool. I was actually trying to a couple weeks ago. I found out that you can do TypeScript in Excel now, and I was like racking my brain trying to think of, okay, I need an excuse to like do TypeScript in Excel. Like I need to think of a macro that I need to build. Unfortunately, with the type of work I do now, where I'm not an analyst anymore, I don't work in Excel nearly as much as I used to. So I actually couldn't think of like a thing that I needed to build for work using TypeScript in Excel. But I'm sure I will at some point. I'll come up with some excuse to do it. Engineer says, Primeagen's course is good, but his streams can be a little bit overwhelming if you're just starting out. Yeah. It's not a super beginner friendly course, but Primeagen is really you know a highly prolific teacher. Yeah. Primeagen does is more of a software engineer. They do get more into like the algorithm stuff. But yeah, as far as pure data science, I'm not sure. Um, you could look here on Twitch. You could just search for data science in the software development category. You could search for data science and see who's doing it. Right. Sometimes there's really small content creators out there who are putting out incredible stuff for like 10 viewers a week, um, and it's a travesty, right? It's the algorithm just doesn't favor them because they're in a niche a niche topic, but that doesn't mean they make bad content. That just means that they're just a very niche topic, and so I would maybe look around here on Twitch for data science. Oh yes, Nick Wan Data Sci. Thank you so much for the recommendation, Lalo. I knew there was somebody. Yeah, check out Nick Wan Data Sci. Yep. Yeah, I'll give them a shout out real quick. Shout out Nick Wan Data. They're the person that works for the baseball team, right? They do data. They do stats analysis for that baseball team. Nick Wan Data Sci. Here we go. Yeah, check them out. I think their streams are pretty fun too. They've got all sorts of little gimmicks and things going on in their streams. Fistaviri says The take home tests, what's things we will need to look out for apart from asking clarifying questions? Most of my take homes have all been in React. Take home, what's things I will need to look out for? Mm, things I will need to look out for. I'm thinking about how to answer that. I mean, every take home is going to be different. Um, I would say that you know you're not always going to be able to get everything 100% right, but if you can articulate and explain your steps and frame your work in a logical way, even if you don't get it right, or if you're not able to finish the entire thing, they can look at your code and be like, wow, this person is a logical thinker. They phrase their thoughts well, and they were on the right track. Or even if you weren't on the right track, you know, even then, if you're able to clearly articulate what you're doing, they can be like, wow, okay, this person writes good code. They just, you know, didn't quite get it right this time. And then that'll keep you open for consideration. Dev Pedal says, what are your thoughts on AI currently? Is it taking jobs? I would say no. Um, so the thing that everybody forgets about AI is that it can give us a lot of value, but it's just yet another layer on top of everything that's come before, right? And the more layers you add to something, it's almost like a pyramid, right? The more layers you add to that pyramid, the more workers you need to build it. So the more people you need to maintain that pyramid, the bigger it gets. And so, you know, I was reading an article recently about all the humans that it takes to actually build and train an AI model. Um, it's a ton of people. Like the AI process is still incredibly human under the hood. They try to sell it to you like a magical computer, but it's really not. It takes a ton of infrastructure. It takes a ton of, you know, human moderation, human intervention, um, human coding, human knowledge in order to make a tool that can pass itself as human. Um, so no, I don't believe AI is taking jobs. I believe businesses want to think that, but I think what we're kind of in um, the f around and find out phase where businesses are immediately going, oh my gosh, AI will replace everything. We can fire all these people, and then they put up these AI tools and they find out that they don't work very well. They're making customers unhappy and they're costing money because they're poorly optimized. And then they're like, oh crap, we actually have to bring people back now. So yeah, I don't think AI is taking jobs. I think it's changing the way that that we work in various ways. Um, is it changing jobs? Absolutely. Taking jobs? I don't believe so. At least not right now. Cincinnati, yeah, okay. So Nick Juan Datasai is the director of analytics for the Cincinnati Reds baseball team. So an extremely important position doing data science. So if you're interested in data science, check them out. And I think that their streams are a lot of fun too. Starboy says, is it worth it to have different computers with different operating systems for web development? No. What I'm just curious. I'm not invalidating your question at all. I'm just curious. Why do you? Where did you hear that you need different computers with different operating systems? If there's a misconception out there, I just want to make sure that I'm able to speak to that and why you don't need different computers. People said no code will take jobs, exactly, right? And all that like low code or no code systems did was just make code more accessible to other people, right? To me, like that made coding accessible to me before I was a developer. It allowed me to build a complex automated project when otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do it. And so, you know, it added more opportunity, to be honest. Fistivir says, what are your thoughts on devs using Chat GPT? It's all right, but most of the time I need to check if it's accurate. To make your solutions optimal, you need to state it. What are your thoughts on using it to build software? So personally, I use it all the time, both in my day job for SQL, and you know, it helps me optimize things for my projects that I do here on stream. But the most important thing about that is that I have the skills to guide it to the solution that I already know I want, right? So you have, in order to use it well, you have to have the foundational skills already. You're just using Chat GPT to help you get there faster. So yeah, like writing all that stuff by hand would take a long time. I can guide ChatGPT to what I want in a few seconds by just giving it a paragraph and specifying exactly what I need. So personally, I find it as a wonderful helper for me, but it can't replace actual coding knowledge, because it doesn't know it doesn't understand anything. It's just giving you what it thinks you want based on the words you have given it, right? It's just giving you the response that probability wise it thinks you're going to want. So the important thing is having the foundational skills already to interact with it in the best way possible. Wusa says there are. So we were talking about ChatGPT taking jobs or AI taking jobs, and I said no because it takes a ton of humans to make AI actually work. Um, and Wusa says there are a ton of people who check the predictions of AI, absolutely, who moderate, who validate. Um, those people are paid by the number of checks and aren't official employees of the companies producing those AI tools. Yeah, and in the article I read, they focused on like those types of jobs are like on like Amazon Mechanical Turk. Like they hire thousands of people to just validate the outputs of a single AI tool. So yeah. Also, hi everyone. Hi Lisa. Rex Record says, is it frowned upon to use ChatGPT at work? It depends on how you use it. So personally, when I use it at work, I never put in actual data. So never ever. Um, I use it to help me come up with like the concept of what I need based on, I always mock up data. So if I have a table with a certain structure or a couple tables with a certain structure, I will build mock-ups of those tables using fake data, but the same like table structure. So I never put any real data into it. Um, and then I put that in and I say, here's what I want to do with these tables. It gives me a result, and then I take that and I modify it to fit the actual data. So the way I use it at work is never using like real live data into the system. I know that they say that they don't store it or whatever, but I don't trust that, and so I don't use real identifiable data that traces back to my organization. I always do mockups, or I scramble the data in such a way that it doesn't relate to anything in real life. So I think that's something to consider. Some companies have banned it altogether. I think that's the wrong decision. I think what should be enforced is anonymous data. Fist Fury says, I use ChatGPT for my take homes. I still don't know why I still get rejected. Do you think they check if they've used it for my take home? Probably yes. Another thing is that ChatGPT only has knowledge through 2021, right? Its cutoff for knowledge is 2021. Think about how quickly tools, especially modern tools like React, think about how quickly those tools change. Uh, they've gone through tons of versions since 2021. So for something like SQL, it's not such a big deal. SQL's been around since 1977. The principles are the same, especially in an enterprise environment. We're 3 versions behind anyway. But for a more modern framework like React, you might be shooting yourself in the foot if you're just taking the output from ChatGPT and dumping it as your solution. Because you're probably missing out on modern features. Your code probably looks very boilerplate, very um, auto generated. It probably doesn't have any sort of personality, or it's not reflecting your actual skills at all. And they can probably tell. Now I haven't seen it, so I'm just guessing here, but those are a couple things that could be just really hurting you. Rex Rucker says, I like how ChatGPT gives examples using its own created sample data. Yeah, ChatGPT can also help you generate data as well. If you need a bunch of sample data for a project, sometimes, yeah, I'll do that. I'll go to ChatGPT and I'll be like, give me 20 rows to match this table structure, and I'll give it the table statement, and give me 20 rows that match this table structure. and then it just spits it right out for me, so I don't have to build it myself. Yeah, and as ID++ says, for web development, Windows is fine. And I don't even use WSL for like my terminal. I just use Git Bash. Um, I've never installed WSL. You don't have to put up all these barriers to entry. You can use whatever operating system you're already using, and you will be 100% fine. Fist Fury says the great benefit of ChatGPT is helping me debug and explain concepts. 100%. That's what I use it for most of the time. So, for example, I was listening to a coworker talk about VB.net because I mean I'm learning it, and they were kind of just going through concepts and things, and they weren't really able to articulate the differences between a couple of different methods that I could use. They just weren't able to articulate it for me in a way that was sinking in. I wasn't getting it. And so I just went over, well, listening to them, I went over to ChatGPT and I asked the same question, and it printed it out for me, in text form. And so then I was able to go back and read that and be like, okay, I get this now. I understand the difference. And then after that, I even said, can you give me some examples of when I would use this method versus this method? And ChatGPT was able to give me those examples. You got to give some type of creativity when writing code. I have negative level in creativity. So yeah, I mean, they really just want to see a reflect in an interview setting. They want to see a reflection of who you are, how you write code, right? Now, once you get employed, you're probably going to have to follow some pretty strict standards. And like I say, a lot of the code that I write at work, SQL code, a lot of it, there is a lot of copying and pasting involved because we have to meet guidelines and restrictions and standards for how code is written at our organization. So there's a lot of copy and pasting there. But when you're interviewing, they want to see, okay, who is this person? How do they work? Hey, DT Code, good to have you here. Welcome to the stream. I'm feeling overwhelmed these days. I started with Java, and if you just give me the building blocks, I'm well off to do whatever I want. I started doing web development and learning React. I'm having trouble focusing and improving, and the learning process is chaotic to say the least. Yeah, I mean, I can't give you a magic bullet to solve that problem. But what I would say is maybe React isn't the best place to start with web development. I'm not saying don't. If you like React, keep learning it. Do what you like. But React is kind of tough to just go straight into if you don't know JavaScript already. So you said you know Java, but Java and JavaScript are different. They're entirely different languages. It's like car versus carpet, right? They sound similar, but they're very different. So I would suggest maybe learning the fundamentals of JavaScript, building some simple applications with just JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Basic web apps, and then graduating up to React because React is just JavaScript wearing a fancy hat. So it's a great progression. Um, if I had tried to start out in web development learning React, I would not have made it just because I didn't understand the fundamentals of JavaScript, which is what's underneath React. And you can still build apps, working applications, using just JavaScript, HTML, CSS. You don't need to be any more fancy than that. JavaScript just makes those apps, gives more features to those applications. So, just my suggestion. I'm not saying it's the right thing, but you might give that a try. If you're looking for more structure and like a path to get there and to learn those skills, you might think about 100 Devs, which is a completely free self-taught course. All the lessons are on YouTube. It teaches you from literally knowing nothing to building full stack applications with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and then you can go to React from there. Um, so I'll give you the link to that if you want to take a look. Check out the website, check out the Discord. Like I say, it's free, so whether you do it or not is up to you. Fist of Fury says, would you say ChatGPT would benefit well for BE? What's BE stand for? Business engineering? I'm just guessing. Um, yeah, and that's another thing too, is start small. You're not going to build the next, Facebook just by getting started. Build small projects, simple projects that work, and make them mean something to you. You can build a calculator, that's fine. You can build tic tac toe, that's fine. But think of something fun that you want to build and learn how to build it. Use simple tools, JavaScript, HTML, CSS. Again, is totally fine to build stuff with. Start small, start manageable. Follow the 100 Devs curriculum if you want to, um, but yeah, don't be too hard on yourself. Starboy says, thanks for the answer. I have a PC, but was not totally sure if web apps would run the same on Safari web browser, which is Mac exclusive. So the nice thing about modern web development is that a lot of apps can run the same on all browsers. Or on, I should say, not on all, but most browsers. Most browser HTMLs or your apps are going to be pretty compatible across all your bases. If that's something that you're concerned about, you can always, just research ways to, modify your code to ensure it's going to be compatible. But it's pretty much, as long as you have the right, HTML headers, um, you're gonna be fine in the modern world. It used to be much more of a problem, but much less now. So you're okay. DT Code says there's too many layers of abstraction and everything's too complicated. Yes, so you need to back it down. Learn JavaScript. You can build any app you want in JavaScript. And then once you know JavaScript and you're comfortable and you're building things, then say, all right, I want to make this even better, and then put React on top. Because yeah, going in with React is DT code. I would not be able to do that. Like if that's how I had done it, I would not be able to. So you're not a failure. You're not, there's nothing wrong with you. It's just maybe not the best place to start. So learn JavaScript. You'll be okay. Yeah, and folks are giving some suggestions there on places to get started. Absolutely. Yeah, don't be kind to yourself. Rocky Rock says, "Can I ask how much more or less the average pay to an entry level developer?" It depends on a lot of things. So, number one, where are you? Like in the world, where are you? ChatGPT ChatGPT using data before 2021 is the same problem as a lot of tutorials or Stack Overflow answers being outdated because of updates and new features. That's why most of the time I'd rather read the official doc, or at least I check the date of the tutorials and Stack Overflow answers. Yeah, like I say, that's a major limitation of GPT, at least right now. However, I can show you guys. Let me show you guys something. I'm going to share my screen here in just a second. Maybe gotta get back. I've got to figure out my windows here. Okay. Ah, all right. So, like I say, this is Chat GPT Plus. So this is the paid version. I'm upfront about that. A new feature that Chat GPT has in the paid version is plugins. So you can go to a plugin library and essentially give GPT modern recent knowledge. There's a store. You can, if I were to go and search for code, um, there's tons of things that can essentially bring GPT into the modern era, out of 2021 and into 2023, depending on what you want to do. So just FYI, there are plugins that you can add on top. I'm particularly fond of there's also a default mode where you can upload files. So if you already have, it's the advanced data analysis mode. So this is what I use a lot because I already have my code. I just want to troubleshoot it, add a feature to it, modify it in some way, and you can click this button and upload a file and have it read that file and work from that. So there are some things that can get around that 2021 limitation, but once again, they are paid features. So Yeah. So for example, this right here, this is the work that I was doing. I was working with ChatGPT, building this VB.NET, um, this VB.NET application. And I mean, I was so here I was, pasting in big chunks of code and then having it spit back out corrections or add features, right? It's a back and forth. Like I have code already, and then I'm just asking for iterations and modifications to that code while being very specific about what I want. So that's the best, in my opinion, that's the best way to um, interact with ChatGPT. You drive the conversation, not it. Kilted says, "I wish I'd discovered 100 devs earlier in my tech journey." Yeah, it's DT Code. Thank you so much for the follow.
Code 22 just followed.
I'm yeah, I'm happy I discovered it when I did. It was at a point where I was feeling pretty inadequate, and it really, really helped me with my confidence and helped me discover streaming. ID++ says, being able to write small projects fast and throw them away let me learn multiple technologies quickly, since I was comfortable experimenting with a goal in mind and throwing the code away. Yeah, don't be afraid to build. A lot of people get themselves into what Leon calls tutorial hell, which is where you don't ever build anything for yourself. You just like watch tutorials and then like just build those things. You never build anything personal or fun. And because you don't feel like you're ready. People ask me all the time, "Am I ready? Am I ready to build something?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're ready right now." I built a VB.NET app when I didn't know VB.NET. I was not ready to build an app, but I did it anyway because I wanted to, and it was something that was I had motivation to do it. So I built it anyway, even though I don't know half of this. Do I really understand half of the stuff I did? No, but will I understand it when I build more? Yeah, absolutely. So I definitely agree with that ID plus plus. Yeah, Stack Overflow is a difficult place to actually ask questions in. I don't think I've ever actually asked a question in Stack Overflow. I've just Googled and hoped that the answer is already there. Didiko says, "Mine, what can I DM?" Yeah, I'm on hit me up on Discord. Rex Riker says, "Can you give us a bit of a breakdown of a typical software developer day at work? How much time do you spend in pair programming, stand up, meetings, actual coding alone?" Yeah, that's a great question. I love that question. Now, I will say that my experience is not representative of everyone's experience. A lot of the time, your experience is going to be highly dependent on how your company does things, right? Every company has a different culture, different team environments, different structure, and that is what's going to influence your day the most. I can talk about my days though. In general, I have I have more meetings in the morning. Sometimes my entire morning is just meetings. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we're in the middle of this multi-year project. And so there's a lot of moving pieces, right? This multi-year project has a ton of stuff going on, a ton of people involved, and you got to make sure that everyone is aligned, that all the issues are being addressed, that nothing falls through the cracks. And so we have a lot of these big meetings in the mornings, usually, not every morning. My Mondays and Fridays are generally meeting free or close to it. Mondays and Fridays, I generally have very few or no meetings, which allows me to start the day the way I want to, start the week the way I want to, jump right in and start working, which I really appreciate. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, generally lots of meetings in the morning related to our ongoing project. But that doesn't mean I can't, work on stuff while I'm listening. I work remotely, so I work from home. I've been that way since 2020, since April of 2020 or May of 2020. So yeah, work from home, so I can make my own priorities as far as where my attention is at. But obviously, still have to pay attention to those meetings. So as far as pair programming, a lot of the work that I do is independent, just because in SQL, a lot of the development is like structure based, right? So we're working with a particular table, we're working with a particular pipeline, and really only one person can work on that table, work on that pipeline at a time. That doesn't mean that structures can be dependent on each other, and they are a lot of the times. But in general, the way that we work is we are given ownership, like the developer is given ownership for that sprint of like an entire pipeline. So here's this new pipeline structure, here's this new pipeline we need you to build. And so that means that I'm responsible for all the structures involved in that process, all the data structures involved, and the pipeline itself. And so I do all of that work myself. Now, if I run into a problem, if I don't know how to do something, then absolutely, I'm going to call in one of my coworkers and be like, hey, you did this in the last sprint. Can we work on it together? Can you help me out? I don't know how this works. And so then, yeah, I mean, I definitely, or if one of my coworkers needs help, I'll go and set up a call with them. But as far as like just spending hours working with another person to build a structure, not necessarily, no. It's more about if we run into trouble, troubleshooting, strategizing on the best approach. If my pipeline interacts with somebody else's pipeline, then you got to work together to make sure it's going to do the right thing in the end. Yeah. Let's see. I got to read the question again. Stand up meetings. As far as actual stand ups go, we only have one per week, and it's on Tuesdays. So we have Monday to kind of get ourselves together, get the weekend started, and then our stand-ups are on Tuesdays, where we touch base on everything that we're working on. And then, as always, we also have a really active like chat group that we all post in, and sometimes that sort of becomes like a midweek stand-up as well. If there's something going on, we'll have a big conversation, and the whole team is in the loop. It's just in chat form. So um, yeah, but as far as actual coding, most of mine is solo, unless I need help with something, or if somebody else needs help with something. Archification says, been using GPT-4 for quite a while, but I don't have a plugin button there. Hmm. You might check your settings. You might have to enable plugins. Check your account settings. I think I'm trying to remember. I think you may have to actually enable plugins. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Archification. Good to have you here. I worked on some fun stuff using the API and taught GPT could ask my script to try pulling in new information. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, the API is more flexible than the actual chatbot. Take my money. Have you tried the Genie AI module in VS Code? It makes that back and forth for code a bit easier. Yeah, I actually don't use any helpers or AI in my actual VS Code or in my code editor. For me, I kind of see it as a divide, like kind of just a line that I draw for myself. In that, like, I'm gonna try to do this myself and like learn the thing, and then if I need help, I'm gonna go to GPT separately, get what I need, and then go back to my own work. But that's a personal thing. John Notation, welcome to the stream. Learning how to program and all the other aspects that are more technical learning in my hobbies, which is helping me approach streaming with my own pace as well as helping with my weed addiction. Hey, streaming with my own pace. Yeah, I mean, if you can make something fun, whatever that is, right? If you can make something fun, whether it's code, it's yeah. The more you make something into a chore, like the less you're going to want to do it, right? So be kind to yourself, and take it easy on yourself. Don't punish yourself to learn something because it's not going to work. You got to make it, yeah, you got to make it enjoyable, or at the very least tolerable to your brain. Wusa says, does someone know where we are with the legal issues from those AI tools, reading, scraping, stealing codes and creation from websites? That's a great question. I actually don't know. I heard that there was, Reddit and Stack Overflow, and all those guys were, I mean, understandably, up in arms about content scraping by these AI modelers. Yeah, I actually don't know where those legal cases are at. That's a good question. And if you know, in chat, feel free to put in chat if you know how that's going for those folks. Okay, good. Archification. So you figured out how to enable plugins. Yeah. It's weird that it's not like a default, but I don't know why. And another thing you can do with ChatGPT, I don't know if this works in the free version, but you can also tell it about yourself. So, like I said, hey, I'm a developer. So you can talk to me as if I'm a developer. Like I know basic coding stuff. Um, and I also told it, where I live in a rough way. So it would know, like, okay, what types of phrases to use or what dialect to use, and also what languages I work with the most, and so it can speak to me in a more advanced way in those languages. And then if I ask it about another language, it can break things down more simply. So you can tell it about yourself to help the model phrase things better for you as a person. John Notation, thank you for the follow.
John Notation just followed.
Yeah, plugins, all these things, all these extras are still in beta. So take that with a grain of salt. But I think it can be very valuable depending on what you're doing. So, for example, for the analysts out there, or even for students out there, there's a Wolfram plugin, for mathematical operations, for complex mathematics. There's a Wolfram plugin, which can do that math for you. Heck with what I tell it, I'm a kid, so I can break it down really easy. Crayola style is best. Yeah, and I'm sure you could probably tell it, if maybe if you're not a native English speaker, you could say, please use basic phrases. English is not my native language. Please use basic words and phrases, so I can better understand. And that can just give it a better starting point for you. Wolfram streams on Twitch. You can always ask him. Yeah, dude's like, yeah, man, Wolfram Alpha, like saved my butt in college. Honestly. Archification says I'm coding a ton of different things in Rust because I love doing it. GPT has been incredibly helpful in just giving me a starting point for a project and helping me refactoring some logic puzzles. Yeah, and that's basically how I use it too. Again, it can't replace actual knowledge, but it can supplement your knowledge. Yeah, sometimes it'll try to do something outdated. That happens quite a bit. Especially like I was saying earlier, in more modern frameworks like React, it will get things wrong a lot. Trying to use outdated syntax that just doesn't work anymore. And then, you try to run it, you get an error, and then you go to the docs and you read the docs, just like you said. And then you give it the correction. You say, actually, that's the old way of doing it. Here's what I found in the docs. Please refactor the code. And then it will say, oh, I'm sorry. And then it will refactor. And it actually doesn't understand the code that you're giving it. It's more about you are telling it that it's wrong. And so it just accepts that at face value. And it says, okay, I need to replace X with Y because the user told me to. So here's what I need to do. I think it's always important to remember that we can use GPT for a lot of things, but it is at its heart, it's still just a language model that looks at each individual like segment of each individual word and uses all sorts of probabilities to determine what should come next. It doesn't understand, anything that we're telling it. It's just using all sorts of probabilities and comparisons to figure out what should go with what. Rocky Rock says, can you explain use state and use effect? I'm learning and can never figure out when to use it or why. So those are both what we call hooks. And so use state is really, it's just a function. Use state is just a function that you use to set a state variable, right? So state is essentially how you control your user interface. State is, I was talking about this, I think last week. I was saying that state variables, they're kind of like spy satellites. So, right now we got a bunch of spy satellites in orbit, and most of the time they're not doing anything. But if they, but they're assigned a place to watch. right? They watch a certain country or a certain region. That satellite is always watching. And then as soon as somebody down on the ground does something and makes something change down there on the ground, that spy satellite activates and it says, "Oh, hey, so and so did something. I have to, report back home and move a fighter jet here or move some military units over here." And so that's essentially what state variables are doing. And so what use state is doing is really just setting the trigger. It's use state is literally a function that causes an update. Bill 239, thank you for the follow. Use state is literally just a function that causes an update to the state variable. So, um, so use state is kind of like the radio signal that the satellite uses to watch the ground, right? It's like the optics or the camera that the satellite uses to watch the ground. And so you tell that camera where to point and what to look at, and that then controls the behavior of the satellite. So use state is literally just a function that that sets that determines what's in that state variable. Now, use effect is kind of like satellites that watch other planets, right? So use effect is kind of like a satellite that watches outer space. So it's not watching Earth; it's out there somewhere else. And use effect is generally in talking about React. Use effect is generally used with like external things, like like a database or what have you. Last week we actually used use effect to essentially make a database call as soon as our page loaded. Right, use effect made a database call as soon as our page loaded. Now you can also control how often use effect fires, right? You don't want to make a bajillion database calls every time something changes on your page. You only want that call to fire once when the page loads, pull the data, hold it in a state variable, and then use it over and over again. But you can trigger that firing multiple times. So use effect is really kind of complicated, but it's hard to give like a 30-second summary of what use effect is. But I hope that helps a little bit. Hey, Red Dog, it's good to have you here on the stream, but please be respectful to the other chatters, okay? Okay, and Koopa Million, I'm going to go ahead and ban you because that's not appropriate. Yeah, so think of use state. Anything that's dynamic in the DOM needs to be monitored, and use state changes the state. Yeah, and Red Dog, I see your question. I'll answer in just a second. I'm catching up with chat. Oh, good. I'm glad that made sense. I'm glad that made sense to you, Rocky Rock. Three different accounts. I know. Who knows? Koopa Million will enjoy their time away from plates. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Uh, yes. So the question was, can I see out of both my eyes? Yes, I can. So I have a small birth defect. It's called strabismus, which means my eyes don't work together, and it's it doesn't mean that I can see poorly. Well, kind of. I can't really see. I don't really have very good depth perception. And I don't mind you asking, by the way. It's okay. As long as you ask respectfully, it's a fine question to ask. But yeah, so I have strabismus, which means my eyes don't work together. So I don't really have depth perception, which means like I suck at like football. So like you throw a football, I'm gonna have a hard time catching it. And so that's really the only problem. I can still see just fine out of both eyes. It actually gives me a little bit wider field of vision. It doesn't make me like magic or anything, but I really don't. It doesn't affect me all that much. The lack of depth perception means like I can't like remember when 3D movies were like a thing. Um, like I don't know when was that? When were 3D movies a thing? Like 5 years ago, something. Um, 5 years ago, 3D movies. Yeah, like everybody was going to 3D movies, and like I couldn't see them, so it was like a huge waste of money for me. So I'm glad those didn't become like a big thing because it was just a waste of money. 2010. Oh my, that was that 10 years ago? Oh my God. Oh, feel old. I feel old. It's killing me. 5 years ago was 2018. That sucks. Does this mean you can read code while seeing double? Yeah, I don't see double. Because I wish I could do that sometimes. Yeah, I don't see double. It's just a peripheral. Yeah, it really is. Now, I wouldn't go for the Neuralink, especially with Elon Musk being the type of person he has revealed himself to be. I do not trust him with. I don't trust him with my car, let alone my brain. Come on. 13 years ago was 3D movies. 10 years ago was 3D TVs. All awful. Yeah, I tend to agree. When you drive, do you have a blind spot? No, no, it really doesn't affect me all that much, except just sucking at sports, which was a little tough when I was a teenager. Any kitten update on Madeline the kitten or any more foster kittens this year? Yeah, so I did have a group of 5 foster kittens. Um, and those foster kittens just recently went back to the shelter. So super excited about that. I'm going to be kind of like doing I'm going to be in and out a little bit this month. So I'm not taking any foster kittens this month. I'll just be doing stuff and I'll be busy. But I'll be back to fostering in October. Axel says, I have the same problem with my eyes. When I was 4 years old, I had a fever, and the nurse decided to put me on ice. Good Lord. Um, Damaged my optic nerve. My eyes turned a little. JR Blaze. Oh, thank you for the follow. My eyes turned a little since then. I've never heard of putting somebody on ice. My goodness. Yeah. I think the nice thing about the modern world is that minor issues like mine and like yours, you can still do whatever the heck you want, right? It doesn't matter in the end. Dan says, Mine Wolf, what's a piece of tech you're interested in but haven't had time to learn yet? Um, that's a good question. What's a piece of tech? But I haven't had time to learn yet. Um, I think I'd like to do more with the GPT API. So like the chat aside from just the chatbot, like building an actual app with the GPT API. I think that would be fun. I haven't had time to mess with that yet, but it looks really cool, and I feel like I could build a custom interface that would do like the type of things that I want to do. Um, yeah, I could build like a personalized interface to GPT. Oh, Rex Rucker says, "When is your next break?" Yeah, we're actually probably gonna. Let's see. Yeah, we missed the last break. I was talking. We're having such a good conversation. Yeah, we can take a break here shortly, and then we'll go for a little longer, and then we'll wrap it up. Hi, JR Blaze. Hey, Dev D. Oh, good to see you. It's been a while. Hey, Wusa. Have a good evening, or morning, or afternoon, whatever. DT Code says, "Have you heard about Bun?" I have not. What is Bun? Oh, Rocky Rock. Thanks for coming today. I'm glad you got something out of it. Hat Knight says AWS is coming out with various pieces of tech that I don't have time to learn yet. Yeah, I feel like AWS is always releasing new stuff, like just constantly. Feature tokens indirectly or build a tuned AI suggestion tool. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, yeah, putting someone on ice feels like a pretty extreme response. I feel like there's probably better ways to handle that. Yeah, but who knows, right? We gotta deal with the hand we're dealt. AWS has over 100 services. Most of the time, you only need the core few. Yeah, that's how it is with most things, right? Bun is the new kid on the block. The new kid for what? What does it do? What is it? I feel like with all these products, like the name never reflects what it actually does. Like they'll name something like, I don't know, orange slice, and it's a, you know, it's like a Docker tool or something like that. Like, what does it mean? Drunko Grandma says, have you used Fly.io instead of Supabase for SQL backend? I heard Docker plays a role, and I was curious if you have any opinions. I've really only just used Supabase for my SQL backends. I like the Supabase interface, at least so far. So I haven't felt the need to branch out. Now, I'm sure I'll try other options just to try them. But I personally have not used any other backends. Well, other than like MongoDB and the NoSQL backends. I've used those, but for SQL, for I should say, okay, I'll clarify. For web app cloud based SQL backends, I have only used Supabase. Now, for like enterprise SQL database tools, I've used a ton of different things. But for web apps specifically, cloud based web apps, I've only used Supabase. Dan says Bun is a runtime for JavaScript like Node.js or Deno. It also has some extra features like bundlers and built-in TypeScript support. Okay, so we're gonna take a break, but how is that different than like Vite? So if we're talking like bundlers and such, um, how is that different than like Vite? I would love to learn Docker. Oh, Dr. Moto, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Once again, I'm sorry the alert didn't work, but I see you. Thank you so much for the sub, Dr. Moto. Much appreciated. All right, let's take a break. Hat Knight, I see your question. Um, and yes, I will answer that when we come back. Okay, little break. Let's do like 3 minutes. We'll do 3 minutes. 3 minute break. Gotta find my timer. Where's my timer? Okay, here it is. All right. So I'm gonna reset this. Can I change it in here? No, I can't. All right, hang on. There we go. Okay, timer's going. Give yourself a stretch. Get a glass of water. I'll see you back here in 3. Okay, folks, we got about 30 seconds left in the break, so come on back when you're ready, and I will see you back here shortly. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer. I've got about 5 seconds left. It'll take me that long to get my windows back in order. Alrighty. Webcam is on. There we go. Alrighty. We're back. Another thing I want to do too is there was a poll that was requested at the very beginning of this stream, and I couldn't think of a topic, but I did think of a topic. So I'm going to get that poll set up. Give me just 1 second. Oh, my hair is getting all stringy. It's really warm in this room. My hair is getting all stringy. That always happens. My computer, like my graphics card, just heats up the whole room. Okay. And I'll set up a poll. Create a new poll. All right, so the poll is going to go for 10 minutes, and you'll find it at the top of your chat window. So my question is, let me change something here. I have a spelling error. All right, so it's at the top of the chat. Click on that and cast your vote. Do you prefer working with the front end or the back end? It doesn't matter what language or what platform you use, but do you prefer front end or back end? So that's your question. Feel free to answer. Put it in the poll. Pick which one you want. I'm curious what the balance is between both sides. And even if you like both of them, you got to have a preference, right? Even if it's just like a feature or something that you like, or a tool that you like that's on one side or the other. So I'm curious. All right, I'm going to go back. There was a question that I want to answer. Hat Knight says, do you think a personal project involving SQL is worth the time, or is just running through Code Wars good enough? Hat Knight, remind me, what are you going for? Do you have a SQL interview coming up, or what's your situation? Hey, Faku.
Faku_Carinch0 just followed.
Debbie says, oh, wow, I'm quite late up in here. Yeah, it's been going for a while, man. No, Dan Kincode, I appreciate that answer. You know more about it in this case, like you know more about it than I do. So, you might have to build the API with Fly, Docker, holding a SQL database. So maybe more initial work involved with Fly IO and Docker, but greater flexibility. Okay, sure. Hey, Saif, how's it going? Good to have you. What are we doing today? Today, we are doing just an Ask Me Anything chatting type stream. We've been talking about everything from the hiring process to careers to our favorite tools and platforms to, working with SQL to just, it's gone all to Star Trek. I mean, it's gone all over the place. So whatever you want to talk about. Okay, so Bunnage is more complete. I must have misread earlier. I thought that it was that Bun was just a bundler, but I must have misread that statement. So thank you for correcting me. Okay, neat. I'll have to try it out. I just realized too that I think my ear is peeling. Like I had a sunburn. I don't know if y'all remember last week I had a sunburn, which is resolving itself. But like I just realized I think my ear is like peeling now, which is great, fun. Rex, be sure to vote in the poll. Poll could have been favorite hot sauce. No, I'm not going to ask favorite hot sauce because the answer is clearly sriracha. There is no other choice. I'm sorry. And by sriracha, I mean the actual, like the real stuff, the the real Red Rooster Sriracha. Danny says, "Hi, Maya. My girlfriend doesn't have a background in tech, but she wants to get a job where she can do remote data work involving SQL. Seeing as how you're a SQL champion, do you have any recommendations on how she should go about this? She wants to do a job where she can do remote data work involving SQL. She should have. So, does she already know SQL, Danny? Does she know SQL, or does she need to learn it? Like, where's she at right now? Like, what is she currently doing? Like, what's her path? That'll inform my answer." Hat Knight says, "Mine Wolf, I'm trying to improve my SQL knowledge to become at least intermediately proficient. So if I interview for an internship or entry level position, then enough understanding for that." Okay. Um, so as far as like picking up more skills quickly, I think that happens faster when you don't have to like build out the entire database yourself. So you could always work with like an existing sandbox, or like follow a course like SQL bolts, or so if you're just trying to like get better at queries and like get better at understanding like keywords, and how to build your own queries, just like I'm talking like raw SQL versus working with like a, you know, like a stack that involves SQL. I would say, yeah, work with a sandbox, with an existing database, and just build off of that. Like, you know, the Code Wars stuff is good because you don't have to build the data structures yourself. Like I said earlier, W3 Schools has a sandbox, so you can just build a bunch of queries in off of some existing data. Um, yes, SQL bolts I recommend. I think some other folks were talking about some other resources earlier too. If anybody, feel free to chime in. But yeah, if you're just trying to get better at like writing queries, then yeah, you shouldn't you shouldn't have to build your entire database from scratch just to do that. You can use an existing sandbox. You can also use ChatGPT to help you generate. If you want to build your own, you could use ChatGPT to help you generate those tables, and the data to put in them. Saif says, "Do you think I can land a remote job and internship if I'm not living in the U.S.?" Yes, but you have to make it worth their while, right? So you have to make them want to hire you, versus somebody who's already in the U.S. Because you know there's all the complications that come with hiring somebody to work in the U.S. who, you know, is not a U.S. citizen, right? So there's all sorts of additional hurdles there. So you have to make yourself stand out, whether that's through exceptional projects, or like a high level of knowledge, or a lot of, you know, providing a lot of value from your work. You just have to make yourself exceptional. DT Code says, "Can you tell me how is Docker used, and where should I learn it as a beginner?" Yeah, so I mean, Docker is really just kind of a way of, and this is my understanding of it. I'm not an expert, of sort of packaging applications with everything that they need to function, so that you can deploy them onto any machine anywhere, right? So there's no, it doesn't, you can have an application, and it won't rely on any external dependencies. Um, it will just work because it already has everything built into it, right? Like everything the app needs is just built into the unit that you're deploying. Um, I don't think you need. Do you need to know it as a beginner? I don't think so. No, but I mean, a lot of places use it, but I wouldn't, you know, push yourself to learn it right out the gate. Dan says, "Have you shared any tips on public speaking or getting familiar coding in front of people? Several folks I've worked with find it pretty stressful, and it interferes with them showing off the good work they are capable of." Yeah, I can. I can share some of the things that work for me. So, number one, the most important thing is don't avoid it. Your brain is gonna want to avoid public speaking. It's gonna want to avoid doing things in public because it's uncomfortable and it feels bad and weird, and especially at first. That's the most common thing that people, when they're asking me about, like, you know, how do I talk to people? How do I interview better? Um, my first question is generally, have you been doing it? How often do you do it? Because legitimately, the best way to get better at speaking in front of people and interacting in general in front of people is by doing it more. After a while, you start to, it's just like with anything, right? Just like learning it, it's like learning an instrument, right? You're going to suck at it at first and it's going to feel bad and weird, but your brain is going to start to build those pathways and those patterns that make it easier and less stressful and less of a mental load for you. So my best advice to get better at public speaking is to do it more, to force yourself to do it more, and do it in front of an audience that is going to, be respectful to you. And if you're doing it in front of your coworkers, that's probably a pretty good audience, right? They're going to be respectful. They're going to, they're going to listen to you. And so I think that's a great group to speak in front of. Getting familiar coding in front of people adds a little bit more of a layer of complexity, right? Because you actually have to like do an intellectual task in front of others. What helps me the most in like preparing for these streams is doing the whole thing beforehand already, and then essentially doing it again for you on stream. Um, so I do a lot of preparation for my streams, several hours of preparation for my streams, usually about twice as long as I actually spend on stream is the time I spend prepping for the stream. So that means making sure I have all the resources that I need, making sure that I can explain like any errors or common problems that come up, or if we're following like a script or something like that, it's can I explain why this is out of date and doesn't work anymore, or what you should use instead, or why did I build it this way in the first place? Things like that. Anticipating common questions, anticipating things that are probably going to be confusing for people, and coming up with a better explanation for it. So for me, coding in front of people involves a lot of preparation. Now, that's not true for everybody. Some folks like to sit down in front of a Twitch stream and just bash stuff out, and that's fantastic. But that's not how I do it. So I would say that if you want to get up in front of people and talk about something, the ways you can make it easier for yourself is number one, practice. Number two, um, preparation. Practice and preparation. Also, but I will say too that the thing about that is like don't memorize a script. Um, Keep yourself open to things that don't go the way you expect. So like I do have a plan for these streams that I do where we build a project. Like I know what I want to build and I know what it needs to look like, but sometimes things don't work, or sometimes people have questions about something that I didn't anticipate, right? And that's fine. It's okay. You know, and again, the more you practice, the better you get at being extemporaneous and improvising. Um, and Googling things, if you need to Google something, it's okay. The worst thing that can happen is you get a little flustered. The world's not going to end. You're going to be okay. And the best thing is that maybe you learn something that you can do better next time. So, yeah, practice, preparation, two most important things. All right, it looks like the poll was over too. Let me see if I can get that back. I believe the winner was back end. Let me see. View results. Yes, the winner was back end. All right, got some back end fans out there. So the question was, do you prefer front end work or back end work? And the winner was back end. Solidarity. Let's go. Hat Knight says, Mine Wolf, I'm being formally educated in data analytics and statistics just for context. Okay, Hat Knight, let me go back up to your question there. Trying to improve my SQL knowledge to become at least intermediately proficient. So if I interview for an internship or entry level position, then enough understanding for that. Okay. In your case, it sounds like you're interested in more analytics type roles, statistics type roles, and talking more like data science, data analytics. In that case, I would get good at writing raw SQL. So using a sandbox, practicing queries, practicing things like date conversions and type casting, and case statements, and the things that you're not necessarily going to get if you build like a full stack project. Um, I'm talking again, just like raw SQL, talking directly to a database, doing your analytics that way. So I would suggest working with a sandbox, like an existing sandbox, and just getting really good and joining like things like doing complex joins. Um, you know, like having statements, really be getting really good at where clauses to really parse that data down. So yeah, that would be my suggestion: is work with a sandbox, get really good at slicing and dicing that data in that sandbox. Code Wars is pretty good for that. I would say starting at about like the 7 Qs. So um, the 7 Qs is where you start to get into more like the analytics type stuff, like actually analyzing the data that you're querying. So Code Wars are pretty good with that. You could do it the way that we did Code Wars here on stream, in that you take the Code Wars question, you go over like to Supabase, and you build out the table. And you can use Chat GPT to generate data for you. It's all good. Don't build don't do that yourself. Have GPT generate the data. Um, Build out the table in Supabase, and then write your queries in Supabase against that table, and then put it back into Code Wars. Danny Sheps was asking about their partner who wants to do remote work using SQL. She's a server, but she wants to begin to learn SQL, but isn't sure where/how. I did 100 devs, but she's not particularly interested in learning all the full stack stuff. Yeah, so there's some good courses out there. SQL Bolt is one. Give me 1 second. I had a present. So I actually did an intro to SQL course on my stream. And then at the end of my presentation, I also gave a lot of external sources where, you know, uh, where you can learn even more. So I'll find that for you. Give me 1 sec. Maybe she'll find it helpful. It does truly start from a, like my stream that I did starts from a zero understanding of SQL, and by the end, it gives you enough to do basic, like mostly like read operations against a SQL database, and then I give links to a bunch of additional resources that you can go from there. So hopefully a good jumping off point. One moment. Here we go. Okay, link. So there's the link to the actual YouTube video, and at the end, yeah, at the end, there's a bunch. Of I list out just a whole slide of resources that you can use to go from there. Dan says Docker and containers tend to become useful when you need to exactly reproduce or control a development or application environment on multiple machines or servers. Yes, because you're enclosing your app and everything that it needs to function. Say you're in a team of multiple devs and want to avoid it works on my machine. Yeah, very common problem. Or your application needs to be deployed and updated on multiple servers. Yep, absolutely. The lessons and topics are nicely scoped. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that feedback. Dan says, I like the idea of practicing in front of a friend, write code, and practice narrating what you're doing out loud in a low pressure environment. Yeah, the important thing, like just with anything, like whether it's learning a new coding, a new language, or learning a new skill, the important thing is to not make it so hard on yourself, right? You shouldn't have to suffer to learn a new thing. It shouldn't be arduous. You need to find a way to make it at least tolerable for yourself, because otherwise your brain is going to self-sabotage. The first time you present in front of a group should not be like in front of 100 people at a conference, right? That is not a good idea. You need to make it, you need to be kind to yourself. Start small, present a lot, prepare a lot, and then slowly work up to the point where you're able to get to whatever your goal is, whether it's presenting in front of your coworkers or presenting in front of at a conference, because by that point it'll be easy, or at least low pressure. Riker says, is there a good backend stack? Good is a very subjective term. There's tons of backend stacks out there. It depends on what is the right, what do you want to do, right? Like, what is the tool for the job? You could have you can have a NoSQL database. You can have a SQL database. You can have a, I don't know. Uh, maybe you don't need a database at all, right? You're a powerful machine wizard who's creating a masterpiece and have no time for the mortal concept of spelling. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good way to think about it. Yeah. Okay. So Hat Knight, you're going for a data analytics or data engineering position. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, don't trouble yourself with doing full stack stuff. If you're going for analytics, get really good at analyzing data using SQL. I would also suggest being very good. You should be an advanced user of Excel. Also, um, you should be able to just build a pivot table in a few seconds that does, so the kind of the way that I spent a lot of my time, doing analytics was I would first I would sort of like do a rough cut of my data, whether that was with SQL or with another tool like Cognos. You get a rough cut, you get a general sense of the data set that contains the stuff you want to analyze. You get your rough cut, and then you dump it into Excel and you do the fine cut, the fine detail work there. I mean, that's how I did a lot of it. Some folks do all their analysis in one tool, like all of their analysis in SQL, all their analysis in SAS. But if you're an advanced user of Excel, you really can't go wrong, because Excel is what the analysts use, what the customers use, what the business owners use. Everybody uses it. And so if you can format and present your data well in Excel and make it accessible, then anybody can understand the results, right? So just my opinion there, but you should also be really freaking good at Excel. ID++ says, for fun, I'll ask, what do y'all use as an IDE? Um, I use VS Code, but at work, most folks don't. Most folks use they'll either code directly in PL SQL Developer, which is like a SQL a SQL IDE, but some folks, they'll also write code in like Notepad++ and then dump it into PL SQL Developer. So, for all my personal projects, I use VS Code. For Windows, for Windows apps, I use Visual Studio because I can deploy them. Um, Startup, thank you for the follow. Uh, Sometimes Notepad++, sometimes PL SQL Developer. It just depends on what I'm trying to do. Head Knight says, I've had to build out a basic ERD scheme in SQL Server. I've worked with some Postgres, so just a beginner right now. Yeah, you can start with 8Qs and Code Wars, and like I say, having a using ChatGPT to generate some data for you can be your friend if you want to test those queries in like a just a sandboxy type environment, or you can use an existing sandbox. And there's a great course like inside of Code Wars. There's a great sequence of questions where they cover each of the basic elements of CRUD operations in SQL. And those are all 8Qs. And then once you have a really good handle on those, you can go to the 7Qs and start doing some real analytics. ID++ says, last time I practiced in a noisy room, hit my target of an hour, gave the presentation, and then ended up being 45 minutes. Oops, I didn't consider the room might not be noisy. Yeah, there's always going to be factors that you can't control. And so the more you practice, the better you'll get. And by practice, I mean not the same thing every single time, but like practice presenting on a variety of topics in a variety of settings. The more you do it, the better you get at improvising and speaking off the cuff, so to speak. Just like what I've been doing for the last 3.5 hours, right? I didn't know what you all were going to come in and ask. I had a general idea. I had my general answers to the types of questions you might ask. Ella Sully, thank you for the follow. But like I said, the more you practice, the better you get at speaking extemporaneously, or as we say, off the cuff, like coming up with things on the fly, um, without relying on a set script. And this comes with practice. Um, I used to be very quiet. I was always the quiet, shy kid. I didn't really talk to people when I was growing up because I never had the chance to practice. I grew up in a very rural environment, a very you know isolated kind of an environment, very rural farm country, that kind of thing. And so I would not I was not the type of person to stand up and speak in front of anybody, because I never had the chance to. And so I was very uncomfortable in interviews, very uncomfortable in those types of group or presentation settings. And that really didn't start to get better until I actually started to interview for jobs, because I had to get better in order to get that job. And so I said, like I said toward the beginning of the stream, um, I would practice literally in front of a mirror. If I didn't have anybody to practice with, I would stand up in front of a mirror and just keep going through the questions and refining my answers until they started to sound natural. Um, and then, I started to realize, actually, hey, stuff isn't so bad. Like, even if I answer a question wrong, it's not the end of the world. And I started to sort of get patterns in my brain with how to speak, how to not memorize answers, but make them natural. Because if it takes effort to come up with an answer, then that wears on you. It makes you tired if you have to think about every single answer. But if you can make those patterns in your brain and set your brain up to just have those answers on blast, then it makes it much more easy to get through those types of interviews. Dan says, I'm pretty happy with VS Code and Vim keybinds extension. Yeah, it's a nice, marriage of two worlds there. VS Code, most of my colleagues use IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. Okay. VS Code is great. Yeah, it is. VS Code with Vim keybinds and WSL. Yeah. ID++ says you're very well spoken. Thank you. I appreciate that. But it doesn't happen by magic. It's anybody who is well spoken, um, is going to have put a lot of practice in. And so, we admire folks who speak well and who present well, but it's there's only one way to get there, and that's just you got to climb that hill, right? You just got to practice until you can get there too. There's no barrier to entry. Startup says, what do you feel is a considerable personal project for data engineering? There's so many things today that's hard to get someone's attention. I've been playing with LangChain, Terraform, serverless, ML models, probably love LeetCode, SQL questions. Yeah, okay. So what I see here is that you're spreading yourself pretty thin. Like, you're trying to branch out and do all the things, right? And what do they call it? Jack of all trades, master of none. If you can pick a project or pick a stack that you, number one, you really like you like the tool you're working with. Number two, the project that you choose means something to you. Like, you can, when you go into an interview, you want to be able to speak about that project with passion. You want to be like, this is important to me, and here's why I think this is so cool, and here's why this has value to me, or to the people I love, or to my community. It has to mean something. You could know all the tools in the world, but if you can't compile that into a good story, or into something that's going to capture the interviewer's attention, then how are you going to stand out, right? So I would suggest, don't spread yourself so thin. um, Focus on the things that matter. Find a passion project in a stack that you enjoy, whatever that is, um, and make sure that you have the fundamentals down. Can you answer basic behavioral questions? Like, by behavioral questions, I mean, can you speak to how you work with others? Can you speak to what's your greatest weakness? Can you speak to what's your greatest strength? Can you talk about a time that you failed and how you recovered from that? Can you talk about a time, a time of a project that you're very proud of? And again, that's where your passion project comes into play. Can you? I'm trying to think of some other things. They just want to know who you are, right? Not They want to know who you are and whether you're going to be a good fit for their culture. And so you can do yourself a favor by consolidating your focus, um, down to a more limited set of things and getting better at those things. So I hope that helps. I think the real answer is the wolf logo. It contains great power. Rex Rocker says, "Oh yeah, what's the story behind the Mind Wolf?" Yeah. So somebody asked me that earlier too. Yeah. It. I was 12. I really like wolves. I wanted to sound cool, and I joined a. Remember when like in the early internet when like everything was text based, like forums were all text based, like big threads. Big huge long threads with thousands of entries in them. Everything was all based on like you know not real time forum postings. And so, yeah, I got into like a forum where we all role played as wolves. There wasn't, there was nothing, not suitable for work about it or anything like that. It was literally just like a fantasy role play type thing. And yeah, that was my username, and it's stuck around ever since. Yep, for the next, gosh, the next 20 years. I just never got away from it. Dr. Moto said, "Oh no, you're good, Rex Rucker. It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind answering that question." Dr. Moto said, "Have you heard of overemployment and have any opinions on web developers doing it?" So, for anybody who doesn't know, overemployment is essentially where you have more than one full time job. So you are working one job and then you pick up another two or three jobs. Um, hey, that's your bridge to cross if you want to do it. I think you have to be aware of like the potential consequences, right? It could end up in you being fired from one job or both jobs. um, if your employer allows it and you can do both jobs to a full capacity. I mean, most jobs aren't going to have a full 8 hours of work, right, every single day. They're going to have, I don't know, maybe maybe they want your skills, right? They don't necessarily want all 8 hours of you, working constantly, right? So maybe you have the capacity to do it and your employer's okay with it, and so you decide to do it. It just depends on what you want, right? Are you willing to potentially take a risk? Are you, it's a personal decision in the end, right? I'm not going to be like, no, nobody should do it because that's bad for the employers, because man, screw employers, right? I mean, honestly, in the end, like, they're not your family, right? It's how you want to play that game. Am I going to work hard at my job and deliver good product because I want to? Absolutely. I want to earn my paycheck. But like, do I see my employer as my family or my loved one? No, absolutely not. So how do you want to treat that relationship is up to you. ID says, "I prefer jack of all trade, master of one." Yeah. I'm really okay on most things and extremely good at ad hoc data structures. There you go. Instead of writing 10,000 lines of code to make two things work together, I write my own parser and structs and do it in 1,500 lines. Nice. It's fun to be it gives a lot of pride to specialize in something, right? It feels good when you're really good at something and you can demonstrate that you're really good at something. That gives you a lot of pride. My coworkers don't know anything about what they don't touch day to day, so it's hard to have conversations on random tech I'm trying or using. That's kind of how I feel about like web development. And that, like, I love all my coworkers, but um, we like I can't really I can't talk to them about like web dev or cool apps that I'm building because they aren't web developers. They're back end developers, and that's what they like to do. So I can talk to them about SQL and work stuff, but like that's partially also why I like hanging out with you guys, because we're all web developers. We can talk about this stuff and cool things about web development. So web dev is too much. There's literally a bajillion texts. Yeah. Yeah. And again, that's another reason why I say, like, don't you're never gonna know everything. Just pick a stack that you like and focus on that. If you're going for the job, just pick something that you like, get good at it, build something cool with it, and focus on that for your job, because you're never going to be able to climb that hill and get over the top and suddenly, I am the master of everything, I know all, I am the perfect job candidate. Like, never going to happen. You can't do it. Yeah. All right, I see chat slowed down a little bit, so I'm glad I was able to get through most stuff that folks wanted to ask. I think we're probably going to go ahead and wind things down. Feel free to ask any last questions if you've been lurking this whole time. and you want to ask a question, quick, she's escaping. If you've been lurking this whole time, you want to ask a question, now's your chance. Come on in here. There's no such thing as a stupid question. That doesn't exist. If you have a question, that probably means that at least two other people in chat have that question. So feel free to ask. Also, if somebody asks a question earlier, I'm happy to answer again. It's all good. You're not gonna bother me if you re-ask a question. It's totally okay. Lisp says broad spread can give you a better system understanding, but you're right, you can't know everything. Yeah, welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, and that's why I learned web dev, because I wanted a better understanding of what programming is. Because I could have been just fine knowing just SQL. I mean, I'm a SQL dev. That's what I get paid for. Like people pay me to write SQL code, um, and that's all I really needed. But I decided, okay, I feel like I'm missing the big picture here. Like, what is this whole universe of being a developer? And I want to know more. And so, does web dev help me in my day job at all? Not really, not directly, no. But I'm definitely glad I know it. Hi, Liz. Dan says, is $400 too expensive for a keyboard? Asking for a friend who already brought this keyboard. I, again, personal choice. So what are the tools you need to be your best self? Maybe it's a $400 keyboard. I don't remember how much I spent on mine. It's like, I don't know. It's not a custom one or anything. It's just a HyperX. It's like maybe $100. I don't know. It's got a nice solid metal. It's got flickery lights and a nice like solid metal frame. I could whack somebody with it if they broke into my house. So there you go. List Gamer says, "What are you writing SQL for?" Yeah, so I'm a senior SQL developer. I work for a major U.S. university, and I essentially control the data pipelines for the university. So, data is flowing in from all different systems, whether it's maybe it's the like the class attendance systems, the systems that track attendance. Maybe it's the swipes when students swipe in and out of the dining courts or in and out of the gym. Maybe it's financial aid payments coming in through a payment processor or loan data or class scheduling data. Like all that, there's a ton of data that flows into these systems to make the university function. And then it all has to be collected together in ways that make sense and are readable by humans. And then it needs to be stored in a location that's accessible for analytics, that's accessible by other programs and other software. And so, yeah, I build those pipelines and structures that help that data get to where it needs to be and in the form it needs to be in. So I not only write SQL, I'm also what's called an ETL developer, which is extract, transform, load, which is just data pipelines. So yeah, SQL ETL is primarily what I do. But on these streams, I do web dev because web dev is fun and building apps is fun. So Emily, thank you for the follow.
Emily2282 just followed.
ID says, rapid fire. Have you ever tried to write your own stack? Nope. Have you tried doing a project or two without frameworks? Plain old, yes, absolutely. Actually, the majority of the content on my channel is plain vanilla JS. I didn't start doing React until like, when was that? I don't know, like 4 months ago. Like really, the majority of the stuff on my channel is vanilla JS. Ever try Zig? No. But yeah, the vast majority, you don't need it. Like I was saying earlier, you don't need a framework to build something good. And I can say that from experience because most of my projects have been just vanilla JS, HTML, CSS. And then then I like a MongoDB backend, like I'm proper server like Node and Express and all that. But I mean, as far as like the actual like code, I mean, yeah, you can build awesome stuff with just JavaScript. Rex says, I can't believe people like those noisy mechanical keyboards. Yeah, I bought this keyboard specifically because the switches that it has are like the quietest ones I could get. Now I know you all can hear them clicking, but my microphone is actually directly above my keyboard, like 3 inches above my keyboard. Um, and I would say it's fairly quiet. So, so yeah, you can get switches that are quiet without being like mushy. This says my gaming machine is a keyboard mouse for $40. Yeah, you don't need expensive stuff. This message was written on a $9 keyboard. Startup says, is DBT a thing from your experience? Really a game changing product? It's I don't use DBT at work. However, I have seen it floating around quite a bit as far as like job requirements and things like that. So I think it's perhaps useful to know to get hired. It's not essential for ETL work. So at my job, we use Informatica, which is kind of like a GUI based way of doing ETL. Um, is it the best way? Probably not. There's probably more modern tools out there, such as DBT, that let you be a little bit more flexible with building those pipelines. But do you have to know DBT? Not necessarily, although I have seen it around quite a bit as a requirement. I don't know if it's game changing or not. I haven't had the chance to use it myself. I've just seen it around a lot. Emily, hello, Emily. Welcome to the stream. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, how would you define ETL in an interview? Yeah, so ETL literally stands for extract, transform, load. And it's in its most basic form. What you're doing is you are extracting data from a source. Then in the middle, you are transforming that data. And it could be in various ways. You might be changing the format of that data. For example, converting a long decimal into like a dollar amount with two decimals. You might be changing a data type. You might be adding additional fields, doing like actual calculations on those fields to generate more fields that are based on the existing ones. You might be joining tables together. Maybe you have two extracts, right? You join them together in the transform. And then once you have your data in the proper format that you need it to go, you load it into the target, whether that's usually it's a database or a data warehouse or a data lake, some kind of data repository. So extract, transform, load does what it says on the tin. It's you're extracting from a source, you're doing transformations on the data, and then you're loading the result into a target. Zig is a language like C, not meant for web, but I think they might have a WASM backend. Okay. Polka Pip says, how does one get into being an ETL dev? Yeah. So personally, for me, it came from already having a working knowledge of SQL. So like already being decent at SQL. And then, because you can be a SQL developer without being an ETL developer, right? Like you can, you know, write queries for analytics or build data structures without doing the actual pipeline part. So that's kind of just a thing on like an additional level to being a SQL dev. And for me, it came from having a solid SQL and analytics background. So I already kind of understood like how data is structured in a relational database. I knew what tables are, know what tables are, know what views are, those basic structures that make up a database and how they fit together. Because you kind of have to know that in order to, build the proper transformations and the connect those both ends of the pipeline together. So, but again, like with anything in tech, there's no one path to get into it. Um, if you look at job postings for ETL developers, you'll probably see a pretty somewhat standard set of skills. You got to know SQL, you got to have a solid understanding of relational database concepts. You should have familiarity with preferably some additional programming languages. They'll probably want a specific tool, whether that's Informatica, DBT, whatever. But for an entry level position, they might be open to you just learning that tool on the fly. Like I didn't know Informatica when I was hired as a senior SQL dev, so I had to learn Informatica on the job, which is fine, and I know it now. But yeah, if you look at the job descriptions, you'll probably see kind of standard good solid backend fundamentals, good knowledge of SQL, good knowledge of business analysis, um, ability to work with customers, work with specs, yeah, that kind of thing. Back in my day, they built pipelines with actual pipe. Liz, I think there's a coming transition for ETLs from imperative to declarative styles. Uh, what's the name of the guy that writes the SQL compiler? What's the name of the guy that writes the SQL compiler get called? What's the name of the guy? Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm not reading it well enough to get the comprehension of what you're asking. I apologize. Rex Recker says, "How do you know what to focus on when job descriptions have so many responsibilities in tech?" That's why you should look at more than one. Look for the patterns between them. Um, there's always going to be some commonalities between most of those descriptions. If you're focusing on a specific like type of position, like, oh, I want to be I want to be a back end SQL dev. Oh, I want to be I don't know, a React dev. So look at those, look at a bunch of them. You'll start to see the patterns and just focus on the things that are common between them. You're never going to be able to fulfill all the requirements for a job posting. It's not physically, it is not humanly possible to like meet all the requirements for a job posting. If you do, then you're probably aiming too low, right? You're going for something that you're not valuing yourself enough. So look for the commonalities, go for those, and just do your best. And again, get really good at the behavioral stuff. Speak confidently about your past achievements, your past projects, how you work with others, your failures, how you learn from those. Be charming. That'll help a lot. Liz says, I work on databases, but on implementing them, not using them. So are you like a, now, are you like a sysadmin? System administrator? I have no charming DNA. But again, it's not magic. It's a thing that you can cultivate. There's no magic about being able to interview well or being able to speak well in front of others. Yeah, some folks are naturally better at it than others, but anybody can improve their skills through practice. My charm is withholding my middle finger. Alrighty, folks. It's about 7 o'clock Eastern here. I gotta eat dinner, so we're probably gonna wrap it up here. Once again, feel free to get in your last questions. Um, but we're gonna look for somebody to raid, shall we? I'm sure there's some fine folks talking about really cool stuff right now, and we can raid them.
Zombie 3 just followed.
Zumbi, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, we got a lot of folks online right now. All right. We got Purple Elf. They're always fun. They actually stream like the stuff they do for work. Like their work allows them to actually stream production code, which I think is pretty cool. We got Acorn 1010. I don't remember what they do. I apologize. Ooh, Lalo.
Just redeemed next one's on you.
Whatever you have planned, but wearing cat ears. Okay, fine. We can we can do it. You redeemed a crap ton of channel points for that, so I will do my very best to oblige you. My goodness. All right, so we've also Acorn 1010. We could rate them. We've also got Juicebox Hero. They actually work for Twitch, and they're a super fun person. Coder Girl Chan. They are. Last time I checked in with them, I think they're still kind of in the learning building type phase, which is good. And also Ian Douglas. So they are a professional who likes to share their knowledge and expertise with others, as well as things like interviewing and the hiring process. So any of the folks that are online right now would be fantastic raid targets. Does anybody have any preference? Feel free to say so. All good choices. Absolutely. I agree. Some great folks online. Acorn works on Funi, makes it with React. Okay. No worries, Drunk Cocoa Grandma. Good to see you. Um, Lisp, if you have a suggestion of somebody to raid, feel free to shout it out. I take suggestions as well. Um, Let me see. I'm going to do a quick scan through these folks and see, make sure that they're actually like doing development, and not like, I don't know, streaming a game or something. Okay, so Purple Elf is doing dev work. Acorn is doing dev. Juicebox is doing dev. Coda Girl is maybe offline, can't tell. And Ian is, looks like they're doing a chat type stream. Oh, yeah, feel free to send me a message here on Twitch. Um, if you, yeah, it's perfectly fine. Or I find it a little easier to chat on Discord. If you're on Discord, just you can shoot me a message there, message request, and I'll accept your friend request. Yeah, hit me up on Discord or Twitch. You vote Purple Elf? Okay, yeah, we can hit up Purple Elf. All right, Lisp, there, up in your top right hand corner of your Twitch window, there should be a little message box. Thank you for the follow, Lisp.
Lisp gamer just followed.
Like a little like inbox icon. You can click on that and you can send somebody a message. Or I think maybe if you click on my name, like on my username, like in your Twitch window, um, it may give you the option to send a message there. I don't remember. Hi, Sadura. Welcome to the stream. We're actually just wrapping up. We're getting ready to raid somebody, but hopefully you'll stick around for that. Good to have you here, though, Sadura. Hope to see you back here next time. All right, we'll go ahead and hit up Purple Elf. They're always a good time. All righty. See you all back here next weekend. Please give Purple Elf a follow, or any of the other fine folks I talked about. And yeah, I'll see you all back here next week. Apparently wearing cat ears because Laylo redeemed a crap ton of channel points for that. So, alrighty. See y'all. Raid is starting now. All right, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye bye.
Dykes just followed.